At Yakamu, we believe that before anyone explores opportunities in agriculture, they should first understand it. That's why we're sharing the knowledge we've gained from International Digital Agriculture Training through EDX, a program that normally costs around $500. To help communities learn modern farming, technology, and sustainable growing practices. But we don't stop at education. Every participant receives an actual seedling to nurture and grow. This allows them to learn by doing, not just by listening. They experience the process firsthand, understand what it takes to grow a valuable crop, and become active participants in agriculture. At the same time, every seedling planted helps support farmers and beneficiary communities through education, livelihood opportunities, and long-term sustainability.
We want people to start small, build knowledge, gain confidence, and discover the potential of agriculture, agroforestry, and aquaculture.
As they continue their journey, they gain real-world experience and a deeper understanding of how food, forests, and farming create value for communities. At Yakamu, our mission is simple: learn, understand, participate, grow. Ready to learn and plant your first tree? Join Yakamu today and be part of a movement that grows knowledge, supports farmers, and helps communities thrive.
It's more important than ever for businesses to have razor-sharp customer focus, especially in a time where change is apparent in customer expectations and increased market competition. You need to work towards building a complete 360-degree customer view. In doing so, you deliver a unified cross-channel of customer engagement. Radenta Technologies Incorporated raises the bar for business. We help build a customer-focused culture by breaking down barriers to help you in your digital transformation. Transform with Radenta today.
Invest in your dreams. We'll handle the innovation-powered excellence.
This is how we lead the future.
A strong connection means more than just staying online. It's a source of hope that can bring people together, open up endless possibilities, and even change lives. That's why we're dedicated to keeping that connection alive. From fortifying intimate bonds no matter the distance, to building and securing your future, you'll never have to worry about lagging behind. Feel limitless and unstoppable with vast networks and reliable solutions tailored to your business needs. The complete support system you need that makes work and life a breeze. All backed by a trustworthy partner. You can experience the Eastern Touch, where we give your digital concerns personal solutions. We listen, we respond, and we show up with heart. Always committed to serve you with utmost care and attention. Leave it all to us and save your energy instead. Not just to keep up, but to reach further, dream bolder, and become all that you are meant to be. Real progress starts with going the extra mile, so you can dare to dream, dare to do more, and dare to achieve greatness. Dare to soar with Eastern Communications.
Nak, kaya pa?
Okay po. Nak, may pamerienda tayo dun ha. Mahusay, anak. Nak, ikaw munang bahala dito.
Ako po?
Yung investors, close the deal. I trust you.
When the moment demands it, the only path forward is to choose courage.
Sir. This is too inefficient. I'm sure there's a better way.
Not just to face what's in front of you, but to transform.
Hi sir, nice to meet you. Anna from Glow Business.
It's the decision to grow, to push beyond limits, and to reshape your own potential. It's choosing not just to endure, but to turn challenges into progress. Doubt into determination, and fear into fuel.
Nak?
Kamusta?
Pa, you're supposed to be resting.
Something wrong at the plant?
Kakayanin naman po. I've got a lot of help behind me.
That's good.
Oh, Hijo?
Sir,
Congratulations.
thank you so much, sir.
Your digital transformation will set us up for years to come.
When the moment arrives, choose to rise above. Choose the courage to transform with Globe Business.
At Yakamu, we believe that before anyone explores opportunities in agriculture, they should first understand it. That's why we're sharing the knowledge we've gained from International Digital Agriculture Training through EDX, a program that normally costs around $500. To help communities learn modern farming, technology, and sustainable growing practices. But we don't stop at education. Every participant receives an actual seedling to nurture and grow. This allows them to learn by doing, not just by listening. They experience the process firsthand, understand what it takes to grow a valuable crop, and become active participants in agriculture. At the same time, every seedling planted helps support farmers and beneficiary communities through education, livelihood opportunities, and long-term sustainability.
We want people to start small, build knowledge, gain confidence, and discover the potential of agriculture, agroforestry, and aquaculture.
As they continue their journey, they gain real-world experience and a deeper understanding of how food, forests, and farming create value for communities. At Yakamu, our mission is simple: learn, understand, participate, grow. Ready to learn and plant your first tree? Join Yakamu today and be part of a movement that grows knowledge, supports farmers, and helps communities thrive.
Technology will not replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational.
So let's dive in as we are going to experience the Galaxy Tab S9. So if you're ready, please raise your S Pen.
For me, it is the Galaxy AI. It's very efficient and it's easy to use. Especially, it will make the work of the teacher easier.
The interpreter, he can translate other information from any other languages to Filipino and to English. And that is a very good aspect of Samsung tablet that we can use in our daily teaching practices.
When you give these tablets to the students, you will be able to realize, wow, our students just need the right opportunity and they will show the world how the Filipino learners become outstanding.
For my fellow teachers, I want you to join this kind of training so that we teachers will be equipped with technology, especially
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you guys are all full and probably sleepy. I'll try to keep it active and lively. So, welcome to Track 1, Digital Economy Acceleration and Smart Industry Development. The digital economy is no longer a future aspiration. It is today's reality. Across industries and communities, technology continues to transform how we work, we do business, how we deliver services, and how we create opportunities for growth. As we pursue smarter, more competitive, and more resilient communities, we must continue to explore how innovation, entrepreneurship, digital transformation, and strategic partnership can accelerate economic development and empower people to participate meaningfully in the digital age. To share insights, best practices, their transformative ideas that can help shape the future of our economy and strengthen our innovative ecosystem. So I'd like to introduce our Track 1 main partner. He's more than a supporter of this session. They are actually an active contributor to the digital transformation journey of organizations and LGUs across the country, helping unlock opportunities through technology, innovation, and strategic solutions. And as a valued partner of ClickConEx, I'd like to introduce Mr. Joel Somontina, the Director for Microgenesis Software Incorporated.
Okay, so thank you very much. It's been an honor to be here. I'd just like to introduce to you our company called Microgenesis. We are an IT company, and I'll be talking about ICT innovations and the projects that our company has done for the past few years now. So, we are a systems integrator. We have started our business 38 years. We have 378 employees and 198 engineers. We are a PhilJEPS Platinum partner. Our sales, we did about 4 billion pesos last year. Hopefully we'll do 5 this year, Marilyn. And we have a 4 billion net financial contracting capability. Our capabilities are data centers, cybersecurity, cloud infra, managed services, and business and product solutions. We have offices in Mandaluyong, Cebu, Clark, Iloilo, and Davao. We are also an ISO certified 9001 and 2701. These are our partners. They're one of the biggest in the industry, as you can see. These are our audio-video products. I'll discuss that a little bit, as these are some very, very new products in the industry. I think we draw our strength from our client base. It's one of our largest in the industry. We do a lot of work in retail. We do about 1.8 billion in government, and we do a lot also in fintech. We have a lot of hospitality, and the BPO and the call center space is new for us, and we do a lot of work with schools. So I think this is the track of smart education. So some of the projects that we've done, this is one of our largest projects with GSIS, PAGCOR, as well as servers and storage for the COMELEC. So we'll be watching also the COMELEC, so you guys don't worry about it. The biggest healthcare infra rehabilitation projects we've done is the Medical City, the entire digital transformation, Manila Doctors, and also Mandaluyong City. Our cybersecurity projects covers SNR, the University of the Philippines, and also CASEA. With our security bank project, we did close to 13,000 workstations. We're managing it automated with AI. Some of our smart buildings that we've started to work is the FEU. So we have 4 buildings that we've already done the entire infra. A lot of kids now go into AI, software dev. Guys, the business is really in infra. So encourage your kids to go infra. Very few kami sa industry. So everybody's going into software. So we need people in the IT infrastructure. So you guys talk about command centers, but really the heart of any city government is the data center. This is the project that we did, a micro data center of less than 5 racks for the DENR. They needed something immediate because they had to rehabilitate the existing. So this is a micro data center. We just roll on, roll off. 5 days installation, so this is kind of neat. And the bigger ones, and of course it doesn't work, the clicker. There you go. So this is a much larger one for the Land Registration Authority. So this is a data center with a command center plus the IT infra. So we did this last September. And next slide, please. This is Asian Institute of Management. We did the entire rehabilitation. So one of the primary things you guys have to really consider is to building the data center, strengthen it, make it high availability. This is one of our larger ones. This is SM Prime. This is about 24 racks. I designed it about 30 days. They asked us to finish this in 27 days, which is crazy. I won't do it again. But we have the distinction of building this for SM as their disaster recovery. UP is one of our larger ones. It's a 7.2 petabyte storage. I believe one of the speakers here was talking about data warehouse. This is one of the largest ones, about 7.2 petabytes of storage. So part of the smart city ecosystems that you guys need to talk about, I spoke a little bit about data centers. Now we move into the command center. So this is one of the projects that we did for the National Capital Region's Police Office. So we did drones, Wi-Fi, server, body cams, and integrated it into one. They were siloed, put it together, make it useful. So that's one of the things we did for the NCRPO. Then we moved to PRO3, did 4 command centers there. And this is our managed security operations center in Mandaluyong. So we offer managed SOC or managed cybersecurities to those who don't have the money or the infra and the people to build a cybersecurity. We can do that for you. Now, one of the things about human behavior analytics is to be able to less people intervening. With our system, we're able now to take ordinary cameras and put stick figures so that when people start to go down near ATMs, so there's a possible ATM tampering, somebody falls, it's called a man down. So nobody needs to watch. And then if you have active shooter with a raised arm, so these are all what you call behavioral analytics. One of the projects that we did in Clark is a smart pole. So we're able to monitor the trajectory, count the number of trucks, cars, vans, people walking, as well as seismic, air pollution, don't count mosquitoes, don't worry about it. And projector for, so these are the smart poles that you guys can implement. One of the biggest smart surveillance anti-bullying for schools that we've done is De La Salle in Green Hills. This is 554 cameras to curb bullying within the classroom. So this is an entire 28 analytics. Another one for you guys, barriers, facial recognition, and integrated with HRIS for time and attendance. Some of the larger projects that we've done is FPIP that has about 60,000 workers per day, all on facial recognition. SM, we do about 2,500 workers. And Okada, 540 security guards per shift in one building. All HRIS integrated. So their time and attendance and their salary is all into the system. The largest one is the SM Arena in MOA. We removed all of the existing that weren't working, and we now do about 20,000 people per event using QR code and integrated it with SM tickets. We're doing also Cebu, so that's one of the bigger projects that are coming up. Now, you guys were talking about schools, education. We did a smart classroom, POC, for the International Finance Corporation. I was able to secure a 1 billion peso loan through a PPP to be able to deliver 15,859 classrooms to PSIP4, which is in Visayas. So we are now we're helping, and we showed how we were able to do IoT environmental controls, facial recognition, the smart tablets, the touchscreen. It was all sponsored also by our partners, Samsung, as well as Starlink. Next slide. So we do collaboration of rooms for furniture, acoustics, and technology. Next slide. And the smart office solutions. A lot of you were talking about smart solutions. Number one, you have to have good structured cabling. If you guys don't do structured cabling properly, nothing's gonna happen. So we pride ourselves in being able to deliver some of the cleanest ones. This has been up for the past 5 years with Moonbridge. They have about 2,400 seats in Clark. Next slide. We are also pioneering the use of AI for language translators for the BPO and call center space. We are looking at English to Spanish, and we'll be spearheading that in one of our Makati offices. So we have, right now, the move is to get out the call centers in Metro Manila and move them to the provinces. We are set to move about 55,000 seats by this year and next year. We are already delivering in Dumaguete 3,500 seats. That's a sample of the floor space that we're doing. We're doing another 3,000 in Iloilo, 2,500 in Cavite, and 1,000 in Las Piñas. If any of your local governments want to be able to see whether we may be able to work in your LGU and bring the call centers here so that we will remove them from Metro Manila, all the more the better. We also have the meeting rooms. No? So part of the work that we do is audio-video or collaboration. FINMA is one of our largest customers for audio-video. We did all their offices for meeting rooms using Bose and speakers. This is one's interesting. This one, Mrs. Lenny Robredo was there and did with Senator Blas Ople. So we did their offices in FINMA. So this is one of our top audio-video for large boardrooms. Aboitiz Power has one of the best ones. We were able to integrate Zoom, Teams, and Meet together in one go. This has two 75-inch touchscreens plus speakers in the ceiling, care of our partner from Versatech. Nasa mga taga Versatech, just say hi. Now, this is a auditorium that we built for SM Prime, 350-seater, 3 video walls of this size. No? So if you notice that, there's no speakers in the front. Everything is on the ceiling using Bose bi-amp. This is one of the best ones that we've done. And obviously, we have smart hotels. These are the projects that we've already done for the past few years. La Vie for CCTV Network, Okada, Pagcor, Hilton, one more. So this is the largest one that we've done. This is a 5-star hotel in Clark, 380 rooms. One of the biggest networks that we've done. Designed it from the ground up with 2 500 kVA UPSs. So I think somebody was mentioning to me about UPS. So this one's quite large. And retail, business analytics, and document management are all form part of the new things that we're working on. So what's in the future for Microgen? These are the future initiatives, and this is where we're putting up all our efforts. Move 55,000 seats this year, next year, so that we can alleviate Metro Manila's traffic. Bring them to the cities in Iloilo, Dumaguete, Zamboanga, Cavite, Rizal, and Bulacan. Other cities, please get in touch with us. We'd love to evaluate your cities and buildings. No? We're also designing smart buildings. I'm part of the group that's designing one of the largest exoskeleton buildings in the world. This is in Makati, 57 stories and 40 stories with 7,000 people in one of the largest smart offices that's going to be built. And then last would be the smart classrooms. Hopefully, we get to deliver 15,859 classrooms to Visayas. That will make the difference between Metro Manila, Visayas, and Mindanao. There are others. The total requirement is 165. This is only just about 10%. So hopefully, support us, and we will also support you. My team here, Marilyn, stand up, Marilyn, and also Jenny and Rose. So these are form part of Microgenesis Business Systems. Please do take a picture of this. So if you want to get in touch with us, you can buy our robot. So we have that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Joel. That was indeed impressive. I myself, I'm a system integrator. He does 4 billion. Maybe I only do less than a billion. No, not even. Less than, basta I'm small compared to them. So I'm happy they're a supporter of NICP. We look forward to having Microgenesis in all our summits. And I hope we can continue to secure your support. So, our next speaker is a visionary leader driving Naga City's transformation into a digital and innovation-driven economy. He serves as the executive director of the Naga City Investment Board and Investment and Tourism Promotions Office. So while he heads the Investment Board and Investment Tourism Promotions Office while also heading the Information Technology Office of the city government. Wow, 2 positions. Under his leadership, Naga City has gained national and international recognition, including ranking among the top startup ecosystems in the Philippines in the 2026 Startup Blink Global Startup Ecosystems Index. He also spearheads the city's vision of becoming a digital and intelligent city by 2030, championing innovative programs that support startups, digital creatives, and smart governance. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Ruel Oliver.
Diyos maray na hapon po sa Indong Gabos. Hindi naman ho ako siguro visionary, yung mga visionary sa amin, yung mga leaders namin like Mayor Lenny. Anyway, I was asked to initially share with you what we think are Naga's priority sectors within the digital economy. Para ho sa kaalaman ng mga hindi taga Bicol o hindi taga Naga, our city is one of the smallest cities in the country. We do not have much in terms of natural resources. We are we are centrally located in Bicol, which has allowed us to become the regional center of trade. But we are relatively far from the major growth centers and port cities of the country such as Manila and Cebu. To make us a first choice, let us say, for foreign investments in manufacturing industries. But we thrive on human talent as an asset. As Bicol's heart of learning, we have leveraged this to build new industries. We have, for one, become the region's IT BPM hub. Thousands of our citizens are engaged in online work, from virtual assistants to engineering design, software development, cybersecurity, and digital creatives. And as mentioned, Global Startup Blink ranks Naga number 5 in the country for technology startups. Showing a 34% growth over 2025, we are the only Philippine city to climb in the global standings this year. These were all enabled by digital technologies. That is why for us, the development of a digital economy and an innovation ecosystem is actually the priority. This regardless of whether we're talking about fintech, govtech, agritech, edutech, e-commerce, and other subsectors. In fact, I think it is best to leave that to our innovators who are good at finding the pain points on whatever field, developing the solutions, then turning them into sustainable enterprises. Ang role lang ho natin, o ang role namin as a local government, medyo may lag lang po, is that of an enabler. Our core strategy in the city is to empower the private sector and nurture a vibrant digital economy. We see ourselves as a catalyst, an initial client, and a proof of concept partner, paving the way for broader economic transformation. Let me just show you how we are doing this by using our startup development program as an example. Okay. We actually incubated our first startups in the year 2007, when startups and technology business incubation were not buzzwords yet. We called our incubation facility the Naga City Creative Media Center. It produced an e-commerce firm that conservatively now has annual transactions of more than 1.4 billion pesos, operates in 9 provinces of the country, and counts tens of thousands of small stores as its regular client base. We, however, closed the NCCMC, or the Creative Media Center, in 2012. Then the investment board decided to revive it in 2021. With existing startups, other government agencies, the academe, and other stakeholders, we crafted our new startup development plan. This called for interventions along the lines of talent development, including promoting multidisciplinary technopreneurship in our colleges and universities, finding and formulating various modes of startup funding, providing fiscal incentives as well as non-fiscal incentives for startups as well as startup enablers, setting up incubation facilities, strengthening the ecosystem through a startup organization that is now called Haka Naga, and enhancing community awareness. To provide the policy framework and enabling environment, the city enacted the Digital Innovation and Startup Ordinance, which localized the Philippine Innovation Act and the Innovative Startup Act, which was championed by our good Senator, Senator Bam Aquino. However, convincing the academe and the private sector to promote and adopt multidisciplinary technopreneurship, operate incubation facilities, or fund startups were difficult tasks at the start. As catalyst and proof of concept partner, the city government had to lead the way. Kaya po, we reopened our incubation facility, which we now call the Digital Innovation Hub, or DIH. We also initiated our own blast-off pitching sessions to provide various modes of funding from the local government and private sector partners. Kanina po natanong din, yung idea to startup, we implemented the idea to startup project. This is a project which uses local government funds to identify student capstone projects that are commercially viable. We then fund those projects, we fund prototype development. After rigorous screening, we are seeing multidisciplinary teams in our projects now. Teams where we have students from business, tourism and hospitality management, education and environmental science, working alongside IT people and engineers to solve complex problems. We also have reached a tipping point where we have local angel investors and venture capital interest. And as far as incubation is concerned, we have 4 universities and a private enterprise now running their own technology business incubators. These local incubators are producing awardees at the ASEAN and national levels. Consequently, we do not feel the need to maintain anymore our own incubation facilities. We therefore are planning to phase out our own digital innovation hub. Anyway, marami naman po, and I think they're doing quite well. Finally, as of last count, we have 51 startups in various stages of development and operations. But we still would like to accelerate the growth of the local digital economy and smart industry adoption, especially among small enterprises. We believe that we can do this, we can help along with this, by integrating smart industry in governance itself. especially to support Naga's 2028 finish lines that Mayor Lenny Robredo actually expounded on this morning. This way, we believe that we are not just building startups, but we are transforming how the city functions. Kanina po, in the lightning talks, our various cluster heads actually expounded on some of the pain points of the city. But these are some of the examples which we also see right now. Halimbawa po, to support the vision of the city as a thriving and inclusive economy through faster and easier business processing, we are looking at an online building and occupancy permit system that also integrates GIS and AI to enable pre-assessment. Ibig sabihin yan, owners, developers, and contractors, even before they start working on their plans, will be able to determine whether a proposed construction can be allowed given current zoning ordinances, various building codes, and hazard maps, and provide guidance on other requirements. At ang prototype po nito, by the way, without the GIS and AI components, was developed by an idea to startup grantee this year. Marami pa pong iba, but as you can see, among the things which we can do is also leverage big data to drive every single one of our development goals. Ngayon po, in conclusion, sa mga investors at innovators natin sa kwartong to, Naga is open for business and partnerships. If you are in the ICT industry, look to us as your collaborative partner to test your innovative solutions. If you are an investor, there is an opportunity in fund room for upgrading our digital infrastructure, including data centers and IoT infrastructure, to ensure that our digital backbone is as resilient as our people. We hope that we can build this together. So just mabalos po.
Thank you, Sir Ruel. Actually, this is my first time in Naga, so I see what you just presented here about Naga. I see all the things that you've done to make Naga belong to that global blink. So we see it, and we hope that we can be here more and more. If you invite investments, accelerate digital transformation and create economic opportunities that benefit their people. But our next speaker brings a global perspective because of his work in TikTok Shop, Philippines. Take note, he had to correct me because we only introduce him as TikTok Philippines. There's a distinction pala between TikTok and TikTok Shop, Philippines. So, to share his insights on funding the future, how MSME can access capital in a digital economy, let us all welcome Franco Aligaen, the marketing lead for TikTok Shop, Philippines.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Marayna Adlaw. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to our partners from the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, the ICT Council of Bicol, fellow speakers, representatives from the local government, national government agencies, academe, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and everyone joining us here at ClickConEx 2026. Thank you for inviting TikTok Shop to be part of this important conversation on how technology, entrepreneurship, and collaboration can help create smarter, more inclusive, and more sustainable communities. There. As we discuss the digital economy acceleration and smart industry development, I'd like to share how digital commerce is creating new opportunities for Filipino entrepreneurs and how partnerships can help businesses participate in the digital economy. So when TikTok Shop first started in the Philippines, the goal was very clear for us. We wanted to open up the local market to businesses, empowering them with training and tools to reach wider audiences and participate in the digital economy. Today, I'd like to share the story of one entrepreneur who represents the many Filipino MSMEs using digital commerce to grow their business, to reach new customers, and bring local products to a wider audience. I'd like first to play the video.
Ako po si Abby Rico Hermoso, ang may-ari ng Josefina's Homemade Food. Ang mga produkto po namin ay mga bottled, ready-to-eat ginataan products kagaya po ng laing, ginataang santol at Bicol Express. Ang gusto po namin ay parang ibalik po sila sa Bicol. And since yun po yung specialty namin, we make sure na yung mga main ingredients namin ay directly po sinosource po namin sa Bicol.
Dati, may tindahan kami at karinderya rin sa Bicol. Nung pumunta ako dito, yun, nakaisip kami na magluto ng laing at magbenta sa mga kakilala lang muna at tinangkilik naman nila. Hanggang sa nagbenta na kami ng ito, nasa bote na.
Si mama po ay 74 years old na, ay very inspired pa rin pong magluto everyday. Ganon din po yung papa ko. Ang papa ko po ay 70 years old na, siya pa rin po yung nagkakayod ng nyog hanggang ngayon.
Ang laing namin ay special ang pagkakaluto kasi more ang nyog niya. Tapos wala kaming mga ingredients na mga pampalasa, walang preservative. Yun lang talaga.
So para po naman po sa akin as a business owner, ang ginagawa ko po ay i-guide po sila at sabihin po sa kanila kung saan po papunta yung negosyo namin para mas lalo pa po silang ma-inspire everyday dahil nakikitaan ko po ng potential talaga yung business namin.
Minahal ko po itong trabaho to dahil yung amo po namin mababait, pati yung mga kasamahan po namin sa trabaho mababait po. Tsaka nagtutulungan po kami para yung trabaho po ay magaan. Dito po kami kumukuha araw-araw ng pagkain namin. Tapos yung dati po yung bahay namin ay barong-barong. Ngayon po nalagyan na po namin ng gate.
Ang sales po namin sa TikTok shop ay 70% po ng total sales namin. Doon ko po naramdaman talaga yung malaking income. So dito na po kami nakaipon, nakapagpundar po nung sarili naming production area ngayon. May naitabi na rin po kami para sa mga future plans ko for the business. Ang favorite way ko po ng pagpo-promote ng mga products namin is through our live streaming and live selling sessions ay nakaka-connect po ako sa mga consumers namin na ipapakita ko po yung products namin. Sa pamamagitan po ng pagtangkilik ng mga kababayan natin sa mga local products ay marami pong mga local business owners ang nai-inspire. Ito po yung nagpo-fuel sa amin para ituloy-tuloy pa, i-level up pa po yung business namin, mag-innovate pa kasi marami po ang taong naniniwala sa amin.
Abby's story is a great example of how digital commerce can help businesses grow beyond their immediate communities. What started as a small family business bringing the flavors of Bicol to more customers has now expanded to reach consumers across the country, with TikTok Shop becoming an important part of their growth journey. Stories like Abby's remind us that behind every MSME is a story of passion, resilience, and ambition. And when entrepreneurs are given access to the right tools, platforms, and opportunities, local businesses can reach new heights. Through the years, we've not only made this possible, but we've also witnessed the emergence of a new era of e-commerce, one powered by discovery, where consumers discover products through content, creators, and communities. Sorry, go back a bit. There. This shift has transformed how businesses connect with customers through short-form videos, live selling, creator collaborations, and community engagement. Entrepreneurs are now able to tell their stories, showcase their products, and build trust in ways that were previously available only to businesses with significant marketing resources. More importantly, this evolution is helping address one of the long-standing challenges by many MSMEs, which is geography. Ooh, previous slide. There you go. There. For many local businesses, growth was once limited by physical location, foot traffic, or access to traditional distribution channels. Today, digital commerce allows entrepreneurs from cities, municipalities, and provinces across the country to reach customers nationwide. And we'll play another video, but in the interest of time. So in some cases, the opportunities extend even beyond national borders.
So here in Alta, Philippines, gumagawa po kami ng mga handcrafted leather footwear that are made by our veteran Marikina shoemakers. Way back 2019, ako lang po yung part ng team. But right now, we've already blossomed as a business, as a small business here in Marikina, and we offer affordable and durable leather footwear made by Filipinos for the Filipinos. 80% of our materials are sourced here locally, specifically in Bulacan. So kinukuha po namin siya sa mga rancho in Bulacan because as we all know, our materials are all made from genuine cowhide leather. So ayun po yung pinagmamalaki namin dito kay Alta because most of our materials are really sourced here in the Philippines. Sa bawat sapatos na binibili nila, nasusuportahan po natin yung mga Marikina shoemakers to provide food on their table, to finance their kids' studies, to finance their families, para maging blessing din po sila sa kanilang pangapamilya. Here in Alta, we are very proud and very grateful that we were able to penetrate TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop has been a very integral part in our progress as a brand. We were able to improve our brand awareness and also our sales through TikTok Shop. A lot of our customers know that Alta Philippines is existing because of TikTok Shop, and that's something that we will be forever grateful.
Napakalaking tulong po talaga ni TikTok Shop sa amin sa mga small businesses kasi nabibigyan po kami ng chance to showcase yung brand po namin sa aming mga customers kasi napakalaki po ng market sa pagdating sa sapatos, pero kami mga small businesses po, binibigyan po kami ng chance sa TikTok na mapakita po namin ang aming mga craftsmanship. Kaya naman po parati po namin sinasabi sa aming mga customer na you're not only helping Alta Philippines but also our veteran shoemakers po kasi we advocate for our senior citizens po na ating mga veteran shoemakers po mga ka-Alta.
Ang kiligin natin itong gawa dito sa Pilipinas para yung mga sapatero hindi mawalan ng mga hanap buhay. Walang lokal na businessman, hindi rin kami makagawa ng mga sapatos. Kung wala ito, hindi mabubuhay pamilya ko eh. Itong sapatos dito sa atin, talagang kayang ilaban sa ibang bansa. Sobrang tibay kasing gawa natin dito, saka maganda.
So dito po kay Alta Philippines, we are always optimistic and nagtatrabaho po kami ng masaya because we all know that we do this for a purpose, for our advocacy, to elevate the shoe industry in Marikina, and that's something that pushes us forward to even do better para po sa mga Marikina shoemakers po natin.
So in some cases, these opportunities extend even national borders through initiatives such as the ASEAN Soar Together program. Filipino entrepreneurs can showcase their businesses on regional platforms. One example, as you just saw, is Alta Philippines, a Marikina-based footwear brand that was featured at the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, demonstrating how local businesses can gain visibility beyond their immediate markets when equipped with the right digital tools and support. What enables this is the accessibility of the ecosystem itself. Through TikTok Shop, businesses can connect with consumers through storytelling, entertainment, and community engagement, allowing entrepreneurs to build their presence and reach customers in ways that go beyond traditional channels. We've seen local businesses grow significantly through a combination of live commerce, creator collaborations, campaign participation, and platform tools that improve visibility and conversion. In fact, TikTok Shop helped drive more than 200% increase in sales for local sellers in 2025 as MSMEs leverage digital tools and capacity building programs to reach wider audiences and expand their businesses nationwide. But while technology can open doors, technology alone is not enough. The real question is, how do we ensure that more entrepreneurs are equipped to take advantage of these opportunities? Because the success of digital transformation is ultimately measured not by the technology itself, but by whether it helps local businesses grow, create jobs, and contribute meaningfully to their communities. Across the country, we meet entrepreneurs like Abby of Josefina's Homemade Food, who have strong products, compelling stories, and loyal communities. What many of them need is guidance on navigating an increasingly digital and content-driven business environment. To help address this gap, TikTok Shop launched Unlad Lokal. Unlad Lokal was created with a simple objective: to make digital commerce more accessible, practical, and actionable for Filipino MSMEs. Through partnerships with national government agencies, local government units, industry organizations, and ecosystem enablers, we provide hands-on training on seller onboarding, short-form video content creation, live selling, affiliate marketing, and the platform tools that help businesses improve discoverability and engagement. To date, Unlad Lokal has trained more than 25,000 MSMEs nationwide. But beyond the numbers, what inspires us most are the stories behind them. We have seen entrepreneurs who once relied solely on markets begin serving customers from different regions of the country. We have seen small businesses gain confidence in digital tools for the first time. And we have seen creators and entrepreneurs collaborate to generate new income opportunities for themselves and their communities. These stories remind us that digital transformation is not just adopting new technology. It's about giving Filipinos the tools and opportunities to grow their businesses. Programs like Unlad Lokal work best when they are supported by strong local ecosystems. When government leaders, educational institutions, industry groups, and private sector partners come together with a shared commitment to empowering MSMEs. Each of us plays a critical role in helping entrepreneurs access opportunities, develop new skills, and build resilience in a rapidly evolving economy. This collaborative approach closely reflects the theme of this year's conference: technology-driven, people-centered. Technology can provide the platform, innovation can provide the tools. But lasting progress happens when we focus on people, on helping entrepreneurs build sustainable businesses, create jobs, and contribute to the growth of their local communities. As we look ahead, TikTok Shop remains committed to expanding Unlad Lokal across more cities and municipalities, deepening support for budding and existing entrepreneurs, and working alongside public and private sector partners to create more pathways for inclusive growth. Because when MSMEs succeed, communities prosper. When local businesses gain access to wider markets, they gain more opportunities to grow and contribute to their communities. And when more Filipinos are empowered to participate in the digital economy, we create more opportunities for businesses, communities, and the country to grow. To our partners in government, industry, and the broader ICT community, we look forward to continuing this journey with you. Maraming salamat po, and I wish everyone a productive and meaningful ClickConEx 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Franco. I think for taking too much time, Franco has promised to give everybody TikTok shop vouchers. For whoever needs vouchers, you go to there. How strategic infrastructure, industry partnerships, and investment ecosystems can help local communities attract businesses and unlock new economic opportunities. Please help me welcome our former president for the Clark Investors and Locators Association, and also a past officer of NICP, Dr. Francisco Villanueva. The mic's on the table.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Okay, I'll try to talk fast since I don't have any vouchers to give away. Okay, so I'm Dr. Frankie Villanueva, and I think people are expecting me always to talk about Clark, so let's go into it, okay? Right now, there's a global shift. Most competitive ecozones right now are shifting from what used to be industrial parks where production efficiency was the theme to innovation hubs where innovation and intellectual property is where we're at, to what is now the digital economic zones, where data, innovation, as well, and digital services are the key success factors. So the industrial park can be viewed as the foundation of all of this, and then the innovation hub as the brain, and of course, the digital economic zone as the nervous system. Okay, so what's a digital economic zone? I'll just go through it fast. Well, it's a zone ecosystem that integrates physical infrastructure, roads, airports, utilities, digital infrastructures, which Microgenesis is strong at, fiber networks, data centers, cloud infrastructure, and innovation ecosystem, universities, startups, incubators, what have you, and smart governance, very important. Digital permitting, online services, and data-driven management. Okay, so this is the comparison between the three models, and you'll see that the main industries for industrial hubs are in the factories, while for innovation hubs are R&D startups, and for digital economics, artificial intelligence, cloud, and digital services. Okay, so even the governance, it shifts from traditional to smart and digital. Okay, so a lot of you are already aware of this. Okay, so why is private investment matters? Well, government can provide policies, create incentives, build enabling regulations, while the private sector can now provide the capital, develop infrastructure, create jobs, drive innovation, and commercialize technology. So digital economic zones are built by partnerships, but they are scaled by private investments. Okay, so let's take a look at some examples of the successful digital economic hubs. Singapore, world's leading digital economic model. And I think the bottom line there is they have a strong government-private sector collaboration and e-governance, global data center hubs. Okay? Songdo, near Incheon, from the ground up, it was started. Okay? IoT-enabled infrastructure, smart traffic management, green buildings. Dubai. Okay, Dubai, of course, when you want to talk about friendly incentives, investor-friendly incentives, Dubai is the place to go. And they host Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, Cisco, Google. Shenzhen, this is the best model of what used to be an industrial hub that leapfrogged into an digital economic ecosystem. And of course, smart, yung smart manufacturing, Kinila. You have BYD there, of course, Huawei, which is really strong in R&D, Tencent, and DJI. Okay, Bengaluru in India, of course, being in there, very good. Okay, known as the Silicon Valley of India. It has massive IT BPM sector, startup ecosystem, strong university linkages. And Dublin, of course, let's not forget Europe. Europe's leading digital cluster, and the major companies there are Google, Meta, LinkedIn, TikTok, Microsoft. Okay, now, question that comes to mind now is, why Clark? Well, Clark is the center of Luzon, connected to Metro Manila, Subic Bay, Northern Luzon, and of course connected din tayo kay Carmen, Tony Del Carmen. It has good infrastructure assets. It has the Clark International Airport, where I just came from, SCTEX, NLEX, and the railway, which is forthcoming. But of course, one of the main advantages, it has a large available area, okay, about 35,000 hectares. The main zone right now is about 2,400, which is the mixed use and the airport. The new Clark City is 9,450, and about 1,600 of that will be devoted to what I'll talk about, which is the Pax Silica. Okay, so Clark started out as Fort Stotzenberg, and it was managed by the Cavalry Regiment because of the grass. Maganda yung damo ron. Not that damo that we want. Then it became Clark Air Base, and it was managed by the U.S. Air Force. Now it's the Clark Special Economic Zone and the Clark Freeport Zone. It's managed by BCDA, Clark, and SEAC. Okay? Now, it started as an industrial zone with the airports, roads, warehousing, and manufacturing. So yung mga nasa taasan dati nandiyan, Cargo House, Yokohama, Luwentay. And then it evolved into it's evolving into an innovation hub where technology firms like Texas Instrument, and SFA are coming in. And then BPO growth, we have a strong BPO, data centers, Bitro there is there, Converge, and educational partnerships. Okay, now, too much. Now, what do we need to do to become, there. Yeah, okay. So what do we need to do to make it into a digital economic zone? Well, we need more artificial intelligence infrastructures, more data centers, more, smart logistics, digital governance, malayo pa tayo doon. I think PEZA is a little ahead sa digital governance. They have a one-window type. Advanced manufacturing and technology ecosystems. Now, what will help us now, the shot in the arm that will come in, it would be the Pax Silica, which is the 15 countries or more and growing that are working together. There you go. So you have each country bringing in a specialization. Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Netherlands for semiconductors, US, Singapore for UK for AI and digital infrastructure, Australia, Philippines, India, of course, critical minerals, sovereign investment capital. Of course, the Middle East has it, UAE, Qatar, and Singapore, which is the finance center for Asia. Advanced manufacturing, Japan, Korea, Israel, US, and research and innovation, Sweden, Finland, and UK. Now, the good thing is, right now they are into, okay, I'm almost through, invested into the Philippines, okay, because it has a strong electronic semiconductor workforce, mineral, and then of course, they're into Clark because of what we've stated before. And these are the companies that are targeted for Clark, and we already have certain companies that have committed. We have 5 companies here, known for electronics manufacturing, industrial robots, aviation, venture capital, and then nuclear. And then there are a lot more coming. But a lot of you are saying, this is well and good for Clark. What about the rest of the LGUs and all of this? So to answer that, I'd like to answer it with a, this is about Clark, with a video about an LGU that has made a lot of progress in 3 short years. Oh, mukhang namatay yung video. In fact, all the animation died. Did you convert it into a PDF file? Anyway, I'll talk about the city of San Fernando, who was able to bring up its own digital network. It has a lot of its office of its services are offered online, and it was awarded by DICT as one of the leading digital cities right now. And that was done in a period of one term. Okay? Okay, with that, I thank you for your attention. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Sir Frankie. Okay, so the much awaited, our next speaker is a distinguished public servant whose work has significantly contributed to advancing education, entrepreneurship, and inclusive economic development in the Philippines. Sir Bam Aquino served as Senator of the Philippines from 2013 to 2019, where he championed key legislative measures aimed at expanding opportunities for Filipinos. And among his notable contributions was his role in advancing the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, which opened greater access to higher education through free tuition in state universities and colleges. Throughout his public service, Senator Aquino has been a steadfast advocate for micro, small, and medium enterprises, innovation-driven entrepreneurship, youth development, and economic inclusion. His efforts have focused on creating an enabling environment where businesses can grow, innovate, and contribute to sustainable national development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Senator Bam Aquino IV.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Good afternoon. I got the biggest compliment earlier po from Mr. Frankie. Sabi ko po sa kanya, are you aware, sir, that that Tarlac actually occupies a bigger part of Clark than Pampanga? Tapos sabi po ni Mr. Frankie sa akin, oh, are you with Senator Bam Aquino? No, that's me. Sabi mo ganyan. Sabi niya, you look so young. Ang ganda ng bawi, di ba? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Younger brother po ni Bam Aquino, di ba? So magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. How's everybody? Okay, I know it's a very long day. I think I'm the 11th speaker for today. So let me request everyone to just buckle up. This is a short presentation, but we'll open up the floor for questions also. Haba pong nandito po ako, marami pong lumalapit, marami mga concerns, whether it's education, good governance, the BIR, DepEd, at marami pang iba. And I'm very happy to listen to these concerns. Alam ko rin po na marami sa inyo, na-meet ko na rin through the Chambers of Commerce. Correct, no? Yes. So I see that the ICT councils and yung Chambers of Commerce, marami ring intersection. So let me first congratulate ClickConEx for putting up this event. Kapag nagsasama-sama po tayo, magandang na pag-uusapan, hindi lang yung mga problema, pero mas magandang pag-usapan din yung mga solusyon. And I think all of the speakers today presented some new form of solution to our problems. And that's really the challenge that we face in our country. No? We really have to talk about solutions and not just the problems. When you talk about solutions, yung teknolohiya po talaga ang isa sa mga central na bagay dyan. In the Senate, the Committee on Science and Technology is usually considered a minor committee. In fact, kapag naghahatian na po ng mga committee, yung SciTech, isa yan sa mga last na kinukuha. But I've been getting this committee consistently, even from my first term. Kasi nakikita ko po na ang laki talaga ng potensyal ng ICT, ng Science and Technology, ngayon ng AI, pagdating sa pagresolba sa mga problema natin. But before going to what I want to share with you today, gusto ko pong ikwento ng konti yung aking life before politics. And before politics, I was a social entrepreneur. We had a program called Happy Noy. And this is 20 years ago in 2006 when we put this up. And alongside microfinance institutions, kasama ho namin yung mga Happy Noy nanays sa pagtulong sa kanilang maliliit na negosyo. That's actually how I started my work with micro, small, and medium enterprises. We worked with the sari-sari store owners. We did our best to find them capital, to find them business solutions, and to aggregate them and bargain collectively with larger companies. I did this for almost 7 years. At doon po, sa Happy Noy, meron po kaming nabuong training program para sa mga nanay. No? And again, these are your sari-sari stores. Sa totoo lang po, when you look at retail in the Philippines, ang pinakamaliit na unit of retail is the sari-sari store. Ang pinakamalaki, you're looking at SM, Robinsons, Pure Gold. But if you look at the data, kung i-add din nyo lahat ng sales ng lahat ng sari-sari store sa Pilipinas, mas malaki pa siya kaysa sa SM. So ganyan po ka-fragmented yung sektor na yan. And in our lessons with the nanays, we would teach them different things. Everything from financial management, customer service, marketing, inventory management, safety protocols. Ang rami ho naming tinuturo sa kanila para maging mas mahusay sila ng mga negosyante. But the truth is, there was one lesson that we taught them that would prove to be the most important. Yung pinakamahalagang leksyon po namin sa kanila sa pagpapatakbo ng negosyo ay walang iba kung hindi ang paglilista. Ano po yung paglilista? Paglilista, ibig ko sabihin yan, lahat ng gawain sa tindahan, kailangan nakalista. Meron pong bagong inventaryo, ilista. Meron pong benta, ilista. Meron pong gastos, ilista. Yung utang ninyo at umuutang sa inyo, kailangan pong ilista. Kahit po yung kupit, kailangan din pong ilista. Kupit, yung kinukuha ng pamilya ng mga dila-dilata o candy-candy, kailangan din pong nakalista. Kapag nakalista, alam ho natin kung kumikita ang ating negosyo. Kadalasan po, yung mga sari-sari store, ang tawag ho namin doon, sara-sara store. Kapag hindi naglilista, yung sari-sari store, nagiging sara-sara store. Hindi nila alam kung kumikita pa sila. Hindi nila alam kung yung buying price at yung selling, ano yung difference nun. So we always taught them, sa lahat ng mga tinuturo namin, ang pinakamahalaga, maglista tayo. Yung paglilista po, yun yung susi sa isang negosyong nagtatagal dahil yun po yung sumasalamin sa katotohanan ng kanilang pananalapi. In short, kung hindi ka naglilista, hindi mo alam kung kumikita ka. Tama po. Now, hindi po ba napakaganda kung ganyan din ang ating gobyerno? Meron pong malinaw na listahan ng pondo at mga proyekto. Kunyari na lang po, tulad ng pagpapatayo ng mga classroom. Saan ba ito gagawin? Anong lugar ba talaga yung nangangailangan ito? Magkano ba? Ito ba'y galing sa IFC, galing sa GAA, o galing sa iba't ibang mga sources? Mas maganda kung lahat nalilista. At mas maganda po dyan kung yung paglilista, nakikita natin lahat. That's the basic idea when we pushed for the Cadena Act. The Cadena Act is also known as the Citizens Access and Disclosure of Expenditures for National Accountability. When we first brought this up to a crowd, we actually brought it up during the Manila Tech Summit. Sa totoo lang po, yung anyone here attended that Manila Tech Summit? Si Ma'am was there, of course, one of our partners. Going to the Manila Tech Summit, nagsisimula na po yung issue ng flood control at yung paglathala ng lahat ng nakawan na nangyayari sa ating bansa. And I had a separate speech. But at that moment, naisip ko, this issue is so huge, hindi naman pwede na papalampasin lang natin ang issue na ito. Kailangan nating harapin. Kailangan nating pag-usapan. And more importantly, kailangan natin ng solusyon. So I brought up the idea of what if we used blockchain for the budget? What if the national budget which is one of the most opaque documents in our country, voluminous and opaque, can finally be understood, seen, and analyzed by a regular Filipino. So unang-una po, we thought to ourselves, if we blockchain the budget, hindi mababago-bago yung mga data entry. And during that period, may mga sunog tayong nakita. Nasunog yung gantong opisina, nasunog yung ganyang opisina, pati po yung mga records nasunog na rin. What if we could digitize the budget? What if we could mandate that along the budget chain, aspects of the people's money would be seen by the public? Makikita po saan nakalaan yung pondo. Makikita po kanino na-award yung proyekto. Makikita po paano yung ginagamit yung pondong naka-award para sa mga proyekto. Hindi lang po yung pangalan ng contractor lalabas, pati rin po yung presyo ng pako at semento makikita din. And if all of this is on a digital ledger, everybody can access on the blockchain para hindi na ho siya pwedeng bagu-baguhin ng basta-basta lang. What if everyone could see that? What if yung bayan po, meron din siyang kwaderno ng bayan, ledger ng bayan, kung saan makikita at kung saan makikita kung saan napupunta ang pera ng pinaghirapan nating lahat. Alam ko po, marami sa mga negosyante dito, may mga concerns pagdating sa BIR at sa taxation sa mga LOA. Wala akong na-attend na Chamber of Commerce meeting na hindi po na-bring up yan. So alam ko po, yung issue ng tax, mabigat yan sa bawat sa atin. Yung issue ng binabayad natin, mabigat po yan sa bawat sa atin. But that tax, kapag kinolekta na, becomes the national budget. That tax that becomes the national budget, kailangan masigurado natin na magagamit po sa tama. So when we pushed for the Cadena Act, we were happy that during that time, we were able to pass it in the Senate. But unfortunately, it has stalled in Congress. Sila ma'am ho dito, they actually attended the congressional hearing. We were able to get support from the Committee on Science and Technology na pasa po siya. But it's currently stuck in the Committee on Appropriations. Meron pong fake news na kumakalat that it will cost 55 billion pesos to put together the Cadena Law. At alam naman ho natin na hindi naman po ganyang kalaki ang kailangan pera para mabuo yon. In fact, some private sector companies and groups have volunteered to do it for free, no? For the Philippine government. Magawa po ito na libre. Hindi na po magiging question kung magkano gagastusin ng gobyerno para mabuo yung kadena at masimulan na natin yung era of transparency na kailangan natin. Yung isa sa mga inspiration po namin dito was the full disclosure law that Mayor Lenny filed when she was a congressperson, when she was congressman of this district. When she was congressperson, tinulak po niya yung Full Disclosure Act. Yung Full Disclosure Act po, lagyan mo ng konting teknolohiya, konting blockchain, pag inadapt niyo po yan, it's the Cadena Law. The disclosure is full, meaning all the way until the terminal point of these contracts, makikita ho dapat natin. Makikita natin kung natapos ba yung proyekto, kung on time ba ito, kung magkano yung binayad, kung baka naman binayad na yung 100%, 20% pa lang yung nagagawa. Lahat po yan, makikita natin yan. And as many of you here are ICT professionals, alam nyo rin na kapag interoperable yung data, naka-blockchain yung data, naka-upload yung data, marami pa po tayong pwedeng gawin sa data na iyon. If there are health advocates here, just understanding how our health budget is distributed to hospitals, to LGUs, ang laking bagay po niyan. If you're in education, just to see how much money goes where, who gets these contracts, how much is spent, and eventually to check the progress of these projects based on the intended outcomes, ang laking bagay po niyan. Yung bawat sektor na meron pong pangangailangan, whether it's education, health, housing, at kung ano-ano pa, just being able to understand that budget will mean so much. Currently po, yung mga budget watchdogs, no, sila, I'm not sure if Ken Abante is still here, pero si People's Budget Coalition, they were our partners for the Cadena Act. And most of the time, a lot of these budget watchdogs, what they do is they just cherry pick ano yung mga possible projects na alanganin. No? They think to themselves, siguro, may mga gantong proyektong alanganin sa gantong probinsya. So titingnan po nila and they'll be able to analyze. But they're never really able to analyze the budget as a whole. To be able to understand it as a major document because it's too difficult to do so. But with artificial intelligence and data that is interoperable and online and posted, nakikita na po natin yung potential nito. That we can have all of these tools to understand our budget better and to make sure na yung ating pinaghirapang pera ay napupunta po sa tama. Dito po pumapasok yung ating ICT champions. Dahil alam ko po na tayo po dito, alam natin yung blockchain, alam natin yung digital ledger, alam natin yung tamper-resistant systems, alam po natin na kapag nagagamit po ito, mas malinis yung procurement, mas mabilis ang auditing, at automated alerts laban sa korupsyon. Yan po yung aming pangarap para po sa Kadena Act. But it begins with passing the law. It begins with mandating agencies to put online how they're spending the people's money. It begins by having that data online, making it interoperable, so many of us here, whether we belong to a particular geography or we belong to a particular sector, having access to that data will mean so much for the development of our country and to fight corruption. Ito po yung nai-imagine po namin sa Kadena Law. In fact, there was one group that suggested to us, Sen, pag naka-upload na yan, tapos i-connect natin yan, anyway, APIs will be available for usage, and we connect that to satellite imagery. Baka po, lahat ng mga coordinates dyan, ng farm-to-market road, flood control, building, hindi na po kailangan puntahan isa-isa. Satellite imagery will tell us if these projects were completed or not. So this is not science fiction. Alam po ninyo that this is all readily available right now. Hindi po nagukulang yung teknolohiya. Ang nagukulang, yung data dapat maging transparent. Ano po yung isang nilagay namin dito po sa batas? Nilagay po namin that every agency needs to mandate an officer responsible for Kadena. In the same way that there's a data privacy officer per agency, or there's a head of bidding and procurement per agency. And that person who is responsible for putting this data online needs to put it within a certain number of days. Kung hindi po yan ilalagay within a certain number of days at magtagal pa yan, pwede po silang makasuhan ng criminal offense. Kapag yung hindi nila nilagay na data ay konektado sa isang krimen, they will be charged as a co-conspirator or at the same level as those who perpetrated that crime. So mabigat rin po ang penalties nito kung hindi gagawin. But at the minimum, it allows for the full disclosure of the people's money to the public. Isang bagay po na hindi na dapat talaga pinaglalaban. Dapat po, given po yan sa isang demokrasya, na kung saan napupunta yung pera natin, dapat alam natin hanggang sentimo. Dito po sa Naga, dito po nakilala yung katagang matino at mahusay. Yan po yung ginawang famous ni Mayor Jessie Robredo, Secretary Jessie Robredo. Nung tinanong siya, ano ba ang mga katangian ng isang mabuting pinuno? What are the characteristics of a good leader? And he said two things. Sabi niya, kailangan matino at mahusay. Take note po, hindi kailangang matino lang o hindi kailangang mahusay lang, kailangan matino at mahusay. Yung matino, hindi na ho siguro kailangan ng dagdag explanation. Kailangan po yung mga leaders natin, iniingatan yung pera ng bayan, hindi po ginagamit para sa sariling interes. Kailangan po maayos yung pakikitungo, kailangan empowering, kailangan po tuloy-tuloy yung pakikitungo sa tao. Yung matino, feeling ko naman po, gets na natin yan. Pero yung mahusay, ito po yung binabanggit ko kanina. Yung mahusay, yan po yung hinahanap ng mga kababayan natin ngayon. They're looking for effective leadership. They're looking for leaders who can really improve their lives or at least solve some of their pain points. Yan po yung hinahanap ng taong bayan ngayon. Now, pwede ka bang mahusay pero hindi ka matino? Nako, mahirap po yan. Kasi kahit mukhang mahusay ka, mukhang effective ka, kung hindi ka naman matino, hindi ka talaga aabot sa end goal talaga ng ating bayan na kaunlaran. Now, the reverse, kung matino ka naman, hindi ka naman mahusay, I tell you, one term ka lang. Tatanggalin ka rin kaagad. Because our people, sa hirap na pinagdadaanan ng mga kababayan po natin, naghahanap sila na makakatulong talaga sa kanilang buhay. So this is equally important. And I bring this up to you because sa palagay ko po, yung pagiging mahusay in 2026 and beyond requires usage of proper technology. I don't think pwede ka na maging mahusay sa panahon ngayon na hindi ka gumagamit ng tamang teknolohiya. I think it is a given right now that leaders must use the proper technology to be truly effective. Because many of these tools are already available. Many of these tools were not even here when I first entered politics in 2013. So kayo pong mga ICT professionals, nakikita po ninyo, saan ba pwede gamitin ang mga tools na ito? Saan ba pwede gamitin ang AI, ang blockchain, all of these new technologies? And if leaders in the private sector and leaders in the public sphere can utilize these technologies for the good, can utilize these technologies for the common good, eh definitely po, doon natin makikita yung totoong kahusayan. So, more and more, as I see it, all of these technologies, nilang po siya nice to have. Maybe a few years ago, these were all nice to have. Right now, these are essential. If we want to move our country forward, kung gusto po natin yung tuloy-tuloy na kaunlaran sa ating bansa, kailangang marunong gumamit ng teknolohiya yung ating mga pinuno. Kailangan marunong gumamit ng mga inobasyon at mga makabagong teknolohiya para po sa ating taong bayan. And I think the most effective leadership, coupled with ethical leadership, that's really what our countrymen need right now. So let me end there and let me congratulate everyone. Please support us dito po sa Cadena Law. It's now in Congress and we hope they will pass it before the end of the year. And we hope for your support moving forward. Tulungan niyo po kaming i-explain sa taong bayan anong mararating natin kapag merong full disclosure, kapag online ang budget ng bayan, kapag malinaw kung saan napupunta yung perang yan, at kapag hindi pwedeng bagu-baguhin lang ng basta-basta. Thank you very much po at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Okay, at this point, we'll open the floor for 2 or 3 questions. I'm sorry po, I'm going to skip the panel Q&A because I have to leave for a next appointment. Pero kung meron pong dalawang gusto magtanong or magmungkahi, we're very, very open for this. Yes, ma'am. And then si Sir Frankie, sige po.
Sir, ako po, hindi po ako magtatanong. Ang sasabihin ko lang po is that the Cadena Foundation, which I am the executive director of, is offering free blockchain for all the LGUs that are here. So tinutulungan po natin dahil napakaganda po ng panukala talaga ni Senator Bam. And pagod na tayo, sawa na tayo. We want transparency, we want accountability, we want to know where the money goes and who did what. Thank you.
Wow. Alam niyo po, can I just, may small kwento po ako. The first bill that we filed, ang layo niya dun sa committee report ng Cadena Act. In fact, we called it Blockchain the Budget Bill. Ang layo niya. Okay? Bakit siya malayo? Because after we filed the bill, so many groups came to us and said, ito tama, ito mali, ito pakibago, itong word na to, hindi tamang application yan, ito yung gamitin yung word. The difference between tamper-proof, tamper-resistant, etc., etc., no? And we convened over 200 groups and individuals over 2.5 months to create that bill. Kaya we're very proud of this bill because ito po, handog to ng sektor ng ICT. Handog po ito ng blockchain groups, handog ng mga tech groups, handog ng mga budget groups. Everybody worked so hard for this bill. And we're hoping, hopefully, before the end of the year, we can get this passed. So thank you very much, ma'am. Maraming salamat. Sir Frankie.
Sir, ako lang ho, ang tanong ho lang namin kung paano kayo namin masuportahan. We've been involved in a lot of advocacies before for Create More, Open Skies, yung mga infrastructure project. So, ngayon ho, sa Cadena, sabihin nyo ho kung anong kailangan namin gawin. We're willing to go to Congress, we're willing to talk to our congressmen para masuportahan ho yung bill na yun.
please talk to your congressmen. So far, we're getting support from a number of congressmen, but it seems there's one or two who are creating some obstacles. So we're hoping po na kung yung taong bayan mismo ang nagsasabi, kailangan mapasa ito. It's rainy season again. By the way, alam niyo ho ba na there was a zero flood control budget for 2026? Okay. Okay yan, because at the time it was presented, we found a lot of problems with that budget. However, that also means there was zero flood control projects for 2026. Meaning lahat na nakita nating problema sa flooding in 2025, makikita natin ulit in 2026. So every time po yang umuulan ng malakas, maaalala natin na kailangan nating hanapan ng solusyon yung korupsyon sa ating bansa. And as much as enforcement is on everybody's mind, tama naman po, enforcement is very important. Makulong yung dapat makulong. Pero kung yun lang kasi at hindi natin babaguhin yung sistema, wala talagang mangyayari. And one way to change the system is to already pass this law and mandate that transparency is part of the law of the land. Can you imagine, right now, nakatago po lahat ng mga dokumentong yan. Kung hindi po nilabas yung mga top contractors, di ho natin malalaman kung sino sila. Kung hindi nag-Blue Ribbon hearing at inalam magkano yung semento, yung CMPD, magkano yung ganto, ano yung disenyo, hindi ho natin malalaman yan. But with a law like Cadena, lahat po yan malalaman ng tao. And it's already up to us to file the charges, file the complaints. Sabi ko nga po, kung merong proyektong in-upload sa blockchain na overpriced, we can all create APIs that can automatically... So we're running out of time. The more we delay, the less time we will have that the budget is transparent. Now, if you look at the full disclosure law of Mayor Lenny, it's similar just without the tech component. No? Ginagawang public yung mga dokumento, and that's the core of this law. But that, plus the technological component, I think is what makes it truly special and what makes it accessible to more Filipinos. So, thank you, sir. Maraming salamat. Maybe one more question? Sige, sir. Sorry. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, nauna na siya. Sige po. You can have the last question po.
Hello po, good morning everyone. Good afternoon na pala. I am from Naga City People's Council, the Vice Chairperson for External Affairs. I have two things po. First, is this Cadena law have a retro effect? Like, can we download from the government agency the previous transactions before its approval? And for the second thing, may I suggest that after or before the downloads of the different budget, can we also participate on the process of budgeting, on the budgeting process, like with what we are doing right now in Naga City, that the Naga City People's Council, together with the different sectors, are actually participating in the budgeting process?
Yes.
So that's all po. Thank you, Senator.
Right now, the bill is prospective. Hindi po siya retroactive. As we know, laws are retroactive in nature. Hindi po siya, laws are prospective in nature, hindi po siya retroactive. Now, with regard to the budgeting process, yung iba't ibang mga agencies and even the Senate has opened up new processes for people to participate with the national budget. Meron na po yung mga prosesong yan. In fact, in 2025, at that time, si Senate President Sherwin was the chairman of finance. Binukas po niya sa mga NGOs yung budgeting process. But that's already at the final stage. I think mas maganda kung yung mga ahensya mismo, ginagawa nilang open yung kanilang budgeting process, and DBM as well. We can support that, but it will be a separate subject matter to this law. Kasi magiging masyadong komplikado na po yung batas. Right now, it's really more like a full disclosure law coupled with a technological solution. No? Thank you po. Okay, so kung wala na po, last na last daw si sir. Last na last.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm Vox Corbe of a part of Aninag Council.
Yes.
So, question ko lang po, since we're doing vetting in terms of blockchain, how do we actually qualify a specific blockchain or is there any specific policy? Nandun na rin po ba sa Kadena Act kung anong qualified blockchain ang gagamitin ng gobyerno po natin?
No. Ito si Ma'am ang magsasabi, di ba? Ito yung isang mga pinush po nila. It's technology agnostic. We explained what we want to see. So tamper resistant, interoperable, tama ba? Immutable ba? Was the word immutable?
Immutable.
But we didn't mandate that it has to be blockchain. Because 5 years from now, it could be another technology which also has those characteristics. So, when you look at the law, naka-describe ano yung hinahanap natin, pero hindi tayo nag-specify ng specific technology. I'll give an example. In the Clean Air Act, binagbawal yung incineration, no? But today, may mga waste-to-energy technologies na na gray area yan for a long time whether they could come in because that particular technology was banned by the Clean Air Act. What we should have done at that time was set standards for emissions. No? Dapat ganito yung standards of emissions, the technology can change as technology does change. So we were learning from that na wag dapat nakalagay, dapat blockchain, dapat ganito, dapat ganyan. So we described what we want to see. To be honest, right now, it's blockchain that fulfills those needs. But 5 years from now, it could be another technology and government has the opportunity to shift also.
Thank you po for that clarity kasi baka isipin nila it's just blockchain. So it can be a platform or any form of technology.
It can be any form of technology as long as yung characteristics na nakalagay sa batas. And again, ulitin ko, tamper-resistant, interoperable, immutable, all of those. There's like 7 or 8 different things there. Kung pasok yung technology dyan, then they can avail. People are also asking me, sino yung gagawa? No, that has to go through a proper process with DICT. No, DICT is the agency in charge. But I have been quietly trying to convince business groups and si Cadena Foundation, I think, wants to try also to bid for it at zero. No? To bid for it at zero. Kasi, hindi naman zero. Zero, di ba? To bid for it at zero because nung una po namin hinain yan, chinichismis na kaagad, sino kaya yung contractor na mananalo dito? May kikita na naman daw. So sabi ko ganito, I don't think they'll be the only group. I think there will be 3 or 4 groups who will bid for it at zero. Meaning, handog to ng Pilipino para sa Pilipino. Because we owe it to ourselves to have this transparency. We owe it to ourselves to know where our money is going. And if we can do it in a way na bakas-bakas, tulong-tulong tayo, then I think it's the best way forward. Kesa sa ma-award yan, 500 million, 1 billion to a certain group, who knows kung anong mangyayari. No? So, we're quite excited about this. But I will admit to you, medyo may konti po tayong, may konting pushback. Pushback. Ganda yon, English. May konting pushback ng konti that we need to overcome. So we hope, just like in the beginning, when we got support from the tech industry, we hope we can get your support again to get this passed. No? Maraming salamat.
Sen.
Thank you everyone. Maraming salamat.
Once again, thank you very much, Senator Bam. May we request everyone, please, before Senator Bam leaves, let's have a photo opportunity with him. Please all stand. And we request our photographers to please be on stage. you have it. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much, Senator Bam Aquino. And now I'll give back the microphone to Sir Michael.
Okay, while we're thanking Senator Bam Aquino, the next speaker will talk about innovation, talent development, and market access as being key drivers that enable regional businesses to move beyond local boundaries and participate in national and international opportunities. To share his insights on scaling regional enterprises through innovation, talent, and global market access, please welcome the President of Laguna Industry Network for Knowledge and Innovation Technology Foundation, or LINK-IT, and also the past President for NICP, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Antonio Del Carmen.
Mahirap sundan yung talk ni Senator Bama, no? But anyway, I hope you're still all here, no? No? Salamat, Senator Bam. No? Anyway, in 2018, I was also here in Naga, no? And the same conference, no? Si Mayor Lenny was our keynote speaker that time. She was Vice President of the Philippines during that time, no? And that was the year also that we officially coined the acronym MAGIC, no? Making academe, government, and industry collaborate, no? And since then, a lot of our ICT councils have become very successful in attracting locators in the different provinces. Ang objective natin ng NICP is to empower the countryside, to bring locators, investors to the countryside so that our country will move forward at hindi lang ang Imperial NCR ang makikinabang. No? I remember 10 years ago, a decade ago, the Philippines was considered as the Asian tiger economy, no? But what happened? What happened after that, no? Unfortunately, nangungulelat na naman tayo, no? In our global competitiveness, no? Ang objective kasi natin noon, dali natin yung mga investors sa probinsya. But today, because of digital technology, it's not enough na nandito sila. We have to be able to empower all of these industries to be digitally ready, no? Kaya kung makikita natin, we're lagging behind, no? Ang tawag sa atin ngayon, Asian Cub. Ang mga Asian Tiger, ayan na, nandiyan na si Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, and Indonesia, no? I don't want to talk about ano nangyari? Bakit na bumalik tayo? No? What I want to talk about is paano tayo uusad? No? Moving forward, there are 4 areas that we need to focus on. Innovation capacity, infrastructure quality, digital readiness, and access to capital. No? Ito yung mga dapat objective ng mga ICT councils natin. No? To bring all of these 4 ingredients to our provinces, to our cities, no? Now, if we look at bakit bumalik yan? Bumabalik. Yan. If we look at yung digital transformation, no? Ito ang kailangan nating dalhin sa ating mga cities and provinces, no? And a lot of these technologies are already available here. And if we want to achieve this, no, and we want to be part of the $6.8 trillion economy, no, dapat we have to make sure that our provinces, our cities, our industries that are located in our respective cities have all of these competencies and technologies, no? Tignan natin, ano ba nangyari sa Laguna? Kanina si Doc Frankie was talking about Clark. Let's go south. Let's go Laguna. No? We have achieved all of this because we have adopted, no, these technologies. No? If you will look at our journey, no, from analog, nagkaroon tayo in Toyota, nagkaroon tayo ng AI-driven predictive maintenance, no? For digital enablement, yung IMI, yung integrated microelectronics industry, no? From basic automation, nagkaroon siya ng cloud integrated ERP, no? And for Yazaki Torre, dati nag-adapt sila ng robotics wire assembly, no? And for the BPO companies in Laguna, they are now 40% more productive because they have also adopted AI augmented agents, no? So all of these contributed to where Laguna is right now. We have 6 special economic zones, we have 500 locators, no? We have 2.4 trillion in annual export value, no? And 400,000 industry workers. Laguna is the first province to earn 1 trillion in revenue, no? So that is how fast we are doing because we have integrated all of this in Laguna, no? So ano yung lessons na makukuha natin? First of all, talent pipe, no? Nung binuksan namin yung ICT Council in Laguna in 2012, ang naging focus ng ICT Council namin is academe, no? So today, we have tie-ups with SAFE, yung Semicon Industries of the Philippines, no? At ka-tie-up na yung mga schools in the area, no? We are developing the corridor, the Calabar Zone corridor, into the University Belt of the South. Nandiyan na po ang Lasal, nandiyan ang Ateneo, ang Xavier, nandiyan na ang Miriam. These are the top schools. UST, UE, nandiyan na po sila. No? And the second-tier schools, nandiyan ang Perpetual Health, nandiyan ang STI, nandiyan ang St. Michael's. No? So, we are strengthening academe, and we are not only doing that on our own, we are tying up with industry so that we can adjust yung mga tinuturo natin sa kabataan is directly related doon sa kailangan nilang workers. So the talent pipe first strategy is working. So that's maybe what we can think about in your respective ICT councils. No? We have encouraged our industries dahil nga meron na silang talent, they are able to upgrade to new technologies. No? And yung naging pwede na yan mentality, ang naging standard nila ngayon is high-level ISO certifications, no? As higher standards. So they have adopted all of that. No? So yan ang nangyayari sa if we look deeper doon sa automotive sector sa Laguna, now we are also considered the the automotive capital in our country, no? So ang daming ginagawa ng mga ating automotive companies, no? And one of the biggest strategies that they did was to tie up with the micro and small enterprises, no? Ginawa nilang suppliers, so there was growth, no? Let's remember sinasabi nga ni Senator Bam kanina, 99% of our industries in the Philippines are micro, small enterprises. So kung matutulungan natin sila, uunlad din yung buong province, yung buong city. No? IMI, for one, they have shown that a local company like IMI can become a global competitor. No? Nag-move up sila ng value chain. No? They have acquired foreign technologies, nag-R&D sila. No? They're now listed in the New York Stock Exchange. No? And they have diversified beyond consumer electronics. No? So, the 5 pillars, if you want to ask, how can local industries, how can local companies move up to becoming globally competitive? Ito yung tignan natin, no? And see how your councils can help industry, academe, and government in your respective areas achieve these 5 pillars, no? Value chain upgrading, talent innovation, digital transformation, market diversification, and capital and ecosystem, no? So, it's very important that yung ICT councils ninyo can become active. No? In Laguna, I am a member of the Laguna Chamber of Commerce. No? And nationwide, I'm the committee chair for the Government Academe Industry Linkage of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce. No? So, actively, we are bringing all of these technologies to Laguna. No? So if we will look at what will attract more locators, more investors in our provinces and in our cities, ito yan. No? Those 5 areas. Talent, no? Political stability, the LGUs, work with them. Sabi nga ni Senator Bam, di ba? Talk to your LGUs. Yung Santa Rosa, tinulungan namin sila to automate, no? Yung deep supply chain ecosystem, the blockchain, we can also make them adapt all of that. No? From the LGU to the industries, they can develop that and adapt that technology. No? So again, ito yung 5, no? Bakit bumabalik? Last slide ko na to eh. Yan. No? So again, we are the missing link, the ICT councils. No? So I encourage all of you, no, be more proactive. No? I called this when in 2018, and I'm hoping na dumadami yung ICT councils natin, but let us be proactive. No? We might be at the background. Hindi naman tayo yung pumapapil talaga, no? But we are pushing our LGUs, we are pushing our schools, we are pushing our industries in our respective areas so that they can adapt digital transformation, no? And hopefully with that, no, we can continue to use that acronym, no, at a higher scale, that we can, as ICT councils, make academe, government, and industry collaborate so that we can grow and make our provinces lead in economic growth so that the Philippines as a country can scale and so that the world can see that the Philippines is a place where they can also grow their business. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Thank you, Dr. Carmen. So we're reaching the final stretches of our panel. After this, we'll have a Q&A session with some of the panelists. At the heart of every successful digital economy is a strong and reliable digital infrastructure. From startups to MSMEs to large enterprises and government, connectivity has become the foundation that enables innovation, productivity, collaboration, and growth. As cities continue their digital transformation journey, investments in telecommunications and digital infrastructure play a critical role in ensuring that businesses and communities remain connected, competitive, and future-ready. To share the private sector perspective on enabling digital transformation through connectivity and innovation, please welcome the Chief Revenue and Innovation Officer of Eastern Communications, Mr. Edsel Paglinawan.
Thank you very much, Mike. All right. First of all, thank you very much to NICP, to the City of Naga, and of course to all our guests here from different verticals, from the academe, from the government, different industries for bringing us together for this very important conversation. All right. Again, for NACP, thank you very much for our 5 years of partnership. So when we talk about regional growth, we often think about the roads, about the bridges, about the airports and seaports. But today, there is another form of infra that is equally important in driving economic progress: digital infrastructure. So earlier, we were able to see from the lecture of Sir Tony about the 5 different pillars. And I see there that kahit na yung isa sa mga pillars doon is about the need for us for adoption in transformation, what is missing, makikita pa rin natin doon, what is missing, yung last mile at saka yung 5G. I'm not sure if you're able to spot that in one of the slides earlier, no? And that's also one of the pain points that telecom companies are also encountering, and that's the reason why we are here to collaborate with you with the different sectors as well, not only among ourselves, but also different members of the telecom community. So connectivity is no longer simply but enabling communication. It's now a foundational requirement for investment attraction, business competitiveness, talent development, innovation, and inclusive growth. Just a few days ago, I just came from a series of meetings in Singapore, meeting with our partners, global service providers, and asking them about the insights also of the traffic growth going to the Philippines. While there is a steady growth in their forecast, they were saying na actually yung increase ng traffic sa Philippines is not at par with the forecasted exponential increase that they are seeing in our neighboring countries. So big companies are going to Thailand, going to Indonesia, even hyperscalers going to Malaysia. So this is really a country play, not among ourselves as the different telco players, but this is our play as the Philippines. So today, I'd like to share how telecommunications infrastructure has evolved beyond connectivity and how it has become a true growth engine for regional economies. Co-opetition. So this is a buzzword. We know this already. We've been hearing about this already. And this is so common among the telecom players. Co-opetition, this is of course a combination of cooperation and competition. This is where the telecom players in the Philippines and even global service providers are already doing. Yes, we compete through product packages, through pricing, through innovation, customer experience, and even service excellence. On the other hand, we recognize that there are challenges too large for any single organization to solve. So whether it is international connectivity, strengthening network resiliency, supporting hyperscaler investments, so Google, Meta, Amazon, etc., or enabling digital ecosystems, these require collaborations across the industry. So makikita po natin, while we might be seeing the different telco players competing at the front end, what is behind the scene is a very vibrant community among the CSPs, communication service providers. We sell fiber to each other, we sell last mile to each other, we sell backhaul to each other, we sell international capacities in order for us to achieve the intent, one of the major intent of the KPA, the Konektadong Pinoy Act, which is to make internet more pervasive and more affordable for the Filipinos. So that is why initiatives such as international cable consortiums, infrastructure sharing efforts are becoming increasingly important. For example, the Philippine Domestic Submarine Network, PDSCN. That is the longest and the widest submarine cable in the Philippines, where Eastern Communications is one of the part of the three-party consortium. That is part of our intent to make our infra even cheaper, even more affordable, and at the end of the day, one of the cost drivers to make them cheaper, to be able for us to offer cheaper products as well. So because the reality is simple, no single telco can build the future alone. Healthy competition benefits the customer, strategic collaboration benefits the nation, and that is our contribution also to the nation building. But aside from pure connectivity, the different telecommunications providers have also evolved, not only from CSP or communication service provider, but MSP or the managed service provider, where we imputed the different ICT solutions that we were able to see also earlier. So telcos are not pure telcos. We offer different AI-enabled cloud infrastructure that will serve enterprises, SMEs, and even the startups, and even the academies. So in here, the second role of telecommunications infrastructure is empowering businesses through accessible ICT. At Eastern, we believe that digital transformation and artificial intelligence should not be exclusive to large enterprises. So earlier, nakita natin yung advocacy ni Senator Bam about the sari-sari stores. In fact, during pandemic, that's also one thing that we realized about the democratization of technology in the Philippines. We call it technology for sari-sari store. Not necessarily the sari-sari store, the ubiquitous stores that we see out there in the streets, but basically the small and medium enterprises. You might have heard, especially, ito naririnig natin during those crisis days few years ago, that 70% of the attacks, for example, in cybersecurity, 70% of the attacks, 70 to 75% of the attacks are targeted towards the small and medium enterprises. But come to think of it, how many of these SMEs are able to invest in Services Operations Center, Security Operations Center, anti-DDoS protection, and all of the different cybersecurity solutions? So that is also part of our intent to make these different technologies be affordable even to the small and medium enterprises. So a true opportunity lies in democratizing ICT, making advanced digital capabilities accessible to all businesses of all sizes, whether they are MNCs, multinational, growing SMEs, or emerging startups in our region. As AI reshapes industries, businesses require more than connectivity. They need to secure access to data, cloud platforms, cybersecurity, data centers, all these digital foundations that enable the AI adoption. And this is where Eastern Communications plays a very critical role. Democratizing ICT, enabling artificial intelligence, empowering growth. Next slide, please. Slide number 4, please. All right. So it's not only about the digital divide on connectivity, but the digital divide on the gap in the talent. Technology alone is not enough. For digital transformation to succeed, people must be equipped with skills and knowledge needed to maximize its potentials. That is why one of our strongest commitments is, as an organization, is helping bridge this digital talent gap. So we have different programs. We call it Launchpad, Gear Up, and Eastern Learning Portal. And we have also embraced, as part of our CSR, through Project Maasahan, we bring connectivity and digital learning opportunities to GIDAs, geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. To date, the project has already connected and adopted 10 public schools across 10 provinces, benefiting 2,700 plus students, 155 teachers, and more than 29,000 residents. So third, part of our partnerships also, academic partnerships, CCAP, ISEP, for those who are ECs here, electronics engineers, and also P-Site. Just recently, we launched the Eastern Cloud Playground. This is a free sandbox tool that we are offering to all private and public universities, schools and universities, to be able for our students to use that in their capstone development. So for those who are engaged in academic in academe here, we invite you to join us in this advocacy for our students. So that their thesis, their projects specifically targeted towards machine learning and AI that requires higher workloads to take this chance or opportunity to use the Eastern Cloud as your playground. And that is offered free of charge. Last slide, please. Thank you very much. So if you're interested, we have a group of people here from Eastern Communications. I have the email address there anyway. Please feel free to contact us. Just before this slide, please. That's my last slide. So when we bring all of these together, we begin to see the ripple effect of telecommunications infrastructure. It starts with connectivity, but the impact extends far beyond the networks. It empowers enterprises to innovate, helps SMEs to grow, to compete, connects underserved communities, expands access to education, strengthens tourism, and enables industries to become more productive and globally competitive. So again, at Eastern Communications, we remain committed to being partners in the journey. Because beyond connectivity, our mission is to help building stronger regions, more competitive businesses, and more digitally empowered the Philippines. Good afternoon again, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Edsel. So we're now past our presentations. Everybody now will be welcome to come back and we will discuss things as a panel. Everybody will be free to ask questions if they want. I'd like to call back on the stage Mr. Ruel Oliver and of course Sir Edsel. Don't go far. You're already being called. Sir Joel, please. Come join us here. And Sir Franco, TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop, do not leave. TikTok Shop will have a very good announcement for you. He has a teaser voucher code for everyone, like I promised. Okay, I know it's been a long day, and I'd like to thank our panelists and the previous speakers for all their time and effort. I will go through the questions. Everybody will only get one question because most of you, I believe, is flying out soon, and you have to leave soon. So I'll be quick. Hopefully, your answers will be quick as well. Let me see. I'll start with Sir Edsel. Okay. Your segment was about beyond connectivity, sir. Telcos are no longer just laying down fiber pipes. They are engines of economic growth, right? So how is Eastern Communications shifting from being just an internet provider to being a co-creator?
Thank you very much. Internet, while it's still a mandatory, it's one of the basics already, and we've seen actually 3 drivers in it. But the main one is it's not enough that we provide connectivity anymore because of the customer demand. The customer is asking for secure connectivity. And that's the reason why the evolution in our product portfolio has expanded beyond connectivity to offer cybersecurity, cloud, etc. Okay, but aside from that, because since the market has already matured, the demand has even increased such that they want a tier 3 or like telco-like data center, for example. So it's not enough for many industries to put up their data centers only in their own offices. We have to have the proper control of the temperature, of the humidity, etc. And that's why the co-location has already been being offered. And as you might have noticed, a lot of other data centers that are AI ready and hyperscalers ready have already penetrated the Philippines. But again, part of our evolution also is, aside from connectivity, cybersecurity, we have offered the locally hosted cloud. That is part of our co-creation efforts for our local customers. And what else? Managed connectivity and what else? What's this? Collaboration solutions. Okay. So with all of this expansion of our portfolio, that's where we believe we're being, part of the co-creation tool for our customers.
Right, thank you. So Eastern Communications is no longer just a fiber optic company. Way past that.
Actually, two reasons. Of course, aside from the customer demand, it's also, the business also calls for it. So for example, probably, sino dito yung nakakaalala ng magkano yung 100 Mbps 8 years ago? Dedicated internet, 100 Mbps 8 years ago. So madali pang presyuhan dati. 100 Mbps, that's 100,000 pesos. 500 Mbps, that's 500,000 pesos. 1 gig, that's 1,000,000 pesos monthly service charge. But nowadays, that 100 is down, way down. And in the past 5 years, there's already a price erosion of around 75 to 80% already here in the Philippines. And that's not only unique in our country, pero mas mabilis yung erosion ng presyo natin dito. So imagine if we have this much of base in our customer base, and they are paying 100,000 pesos for 100 Mbps 5 years ago, 8 years ago. If we don't do anything and expand our portfolio, that 100 pesos per month becomes 30,000 pesos, 25,000 pesos.
That's true. Pero at the benefit naman of our consumers.
Exactly.
Cheaper
So
prices.
it's a two-way. So while we are continuing to offer and make internet be more pervasive, more affordable, and really making Philippines more attractive to the global market, kasi yun yung isang issue natin, mahal yung kuryente, mahal yung internet, but internet price, when we check already the dedicated internet, we are already competitive against the other Asian countries.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, sir. My next question is for Sir Joel. As cities scale their digital infrastructure towards 2028, security and resilience becomes paramount. For the regional ICT councils and businesses here today, what foundational IT infrastructure investment should they be prioritizing right now to ensure that their local digital economies are not just fast, but completely secure against modern enterprise risks?
So what we're seeing now, there's a lot of data centers that are being placed, especially in the south. We're seeing them 1,000 racks, 2,000 racks. But the take-up is about 20%, even less, no? So what we're seeing is that even though these companies are putting up these massive data centers, but the cost to maintain this, because they're so large, they did scale up. So the power consumption is actually the biggest factor of the cost, no? So the cost goes to the consumer. So the consumer is going to say, why am I going to go to this data center when I can build cheaper and put it? Why? We did one school, we mentioned to you, one rack, 7.2 petabytes, one rack. I mean, there's no company in the Philippines right now, an enterprise company, who'll be able to fill 7.2 petabytes. So we're seeing the reduction of equipment, especially with the influx of NVIDIA and AMD with their AI, their AI servers that are about this small, no? So we're seeing the reduction of size, power of these AI-based servers, chips, especially the storage, are going to play a key factor. So what happened was they thought the industry was going to need 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 racks. But because of the lessening of the sizes of these equipment, we're seeing that the data centers now becoming easier to go on-prem. So LGUs and ICPs, it is much more, right now, it's much more economical and much more to put up these micro DCs. They're easier to maintain. They're not like your data centers before. So if I were to be asked, an LGU or a company, what's your best thing? Put up your own data center. The equipments are so cheap now and they're so common. It's easier to do it on your own. So at least you have in-country, eminent domain. And the LGUs have that issue of eminent domain. You can go to Azure, you can go to AWS, but who knows where those data is, no? So it has to stay local in the Philippines. And you just create a backup, then go to those data centers that offer for rent, like Eastern or others, no? So they can do that backup offsite. So it's not that anymore hard, no, to build. So that's my answer.
That's interesting. But running kasi a data center, as you know, probably the biggest cost that they would have is power. And we have a very expensive power. So you're right in saying that data centers should be smaller, more efficient.
I used to build data centers 90, 100, 200 racks. Now I don't see that. I see 5, 10 racks. I can run one of the top corporations in probably 5 to maybe 10 racks. Because the equipment are going smaller.
Okay.
And the capacity is getting bigger. Now we see server storages of 250 terabytes in one server. 250 terabytes.
Yeah. Sir Edsel, I think you were going to say something. Did you want to say something?
I don't want to have a debate in front of everybody here.
Okay.
I mean, there are different use cases. Okay? There are some, a lot of cases where having your own on-prem data center works, but we have a different narrative as well, why co-location and cloudification is also more sustaining. You are not prone to obsolescence. Somebody is taking care of you on a tier 3 level or tier 4 level. Whatever power that we are spending in the data center is the same cost of power anyway in an on-prem data center. But it's just a pass-through. Of course, there's a margin. Okay?
Understood. There's different needs and different services for everyone.
It's
Of
a
course.
different need. So
Of course.
needs.
But Sir Joel, the 7 petabyte project was for UP, right? Can you give us an idea of how much a 7 petabyte data storage cabinet is?
Where's Rose? We can ask Rose. That was one of our accounts.
Okay,
But
okay.
it's not that
Expensive. Okay. Sige, sir. I'll move on. We have 2 minutes left. Sir Roel, I had a question for you. Okay. Your presentation was about the Naga's digital roadmap in a way. Given your dual role in investment, sir, and IT, that's rare to have both, no? What are the top 2 priority sectors Naga is pitching to investors right now to transition the city from a traditional commercial hub into a smart city?
As I said during the presentation, we're not identifying any 2. We were saying our priority is really to develop the whole ecosystem, and we're leaving it to the startups to identify the pain points and develop the solutions. I think it would be wrong for us to say, "No, these are our priority subsectors within this industry." It's better for the market to say what those.
So you let the industry and the market dictate what needs to be done. Oh, that's very smart, sir. Do you want to add more on top of that, sir?
No more, Mike. 2 minutes na lang daw kasi.
Okay. I will leave the final question to our friend Franco before he gives everybody the voucher, no? Teaser yun, teaser. Bonus yun we have to thank Sir Franco later for that. Okay, so traditional e-commerce relies heavily on buyers actively searching for products. TikTok Shop has flipped this through discovery e-commerce, live selling, where entertainment organically turns into a transaction. Through your Unlad Local initiative, which has already targeted cities like Naga, how can local government units and local ICT councils better collaborate with TikTok Shop to structurally scale grassroots creators and traditional MSMEs into digital live sellers?
Yeah. Honestly, the first step is to reach out. We would love to work with each and every LGU here to empower your MSMEs to become a bit more digitally literate. Because I know that for a lot of people, you already have TikTok, you already have TikTok Shop, you already know how to browse through the platform. But for business owners who want to make a livelihood within that platform, the tools and strategies can become comprehensive and overwhelming, and we want to make this as very simple as possible so that the barrier to entry for entrepreneurs is very low. So in terms of like initial investment, very low. In terms of like what you need to learn, also very low. So that once they get the hang of it, they can start to scale up on their own. And as you saw earlier in the showcases with Josefinas and also even the Marikina shoemakers, it can start as small as a team of 2, 3, 4, and then the next thing you know, you have a full production line. So really the step is just to reach out to us. We'd love to work with you. And with this, right, with MSMEs becoming a bit more empowered, that also creates a creator ecosystem. So with businesses on TikTok Shop, they will need creators and influencers to promote your business. And we'd love to work with your LGs as well to ensure that these creators are also empowered to create content on the platform and also make livelihoods for themselves. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, there are many ICT councils here from all over the country who can maybe link with you through NICP, and maybe we can come up with a unique program, TikTok Shop and NICP collaboration to help bring TikTok Shop to more countryside areas.
Yes, so initially we will work with LGs first, and then if there are going to be iterations of, say, the Unlad Local program, that can be up for discussion for sure.
Okay, okay, great. Oh, wait.
Okay, as promised. Okay, so we have an upcoming end-of-month sale. So this coming, today's June? Is it June?
June.
So June end of month payday, as promised. You can search, if you have your TikTok app right now, once you open it, you go to the shop, and then you can search Bagsak Presyo Deals during the end of month payday. Or if you want better discounts and a bigger voucher, you can search it during our 7/7 sale. So that'll be on July 7. So that's my promise to you guys.
Okay,
thank you.
sorry, Bagsak?
Bagsak Presyo Deals.
Okay, Bagsak Presyo Deals. It won't work now, it will work July 1.
During the campaign, but better to use it on July 7.
July 7. You can only use it once.
Just once for everyone. Yeah.
Okay, another tip for everyone. Okay, all right. So please thank our panelists here. I know they have to go, they're very busy. Thank you everyone for taking the time to listen.
Thank you very much, Sir Michael. And to all our panelists, please stay on stage, our presenters and panelists for track 1. Once again, thank you very much to our panelists. But we will be having our photo opportunity. May I invite Sir Marion De Leon to please join on stage. Mr. Marion is the Luzon Board of Trustee of National ICT Confederation of the Philippines and officer in charge of Taytay LGU Management Information System Services. We also would like to invite here on stage Attorney Angel Ojastro, Naga City Legal Officer, for the photo opportunity. Let us please give everyone a round of applause, please. Thank you very much once again to our panel moderator, Mr. Michael Chu Lim, and our presenters. We have Mr. Ruel M. Oliver, Honorable Paolo Bamaquino, he was of course with us here a while ago, Mr. Franco Aligain, Dr. Francisco Villanueva, Dr. Antonio Del Carmen, and Mr. Edsel Paglinawan. We also have Mr. Joel Somontina. Thank you very much. A round of applause once again, please, for our presenters and moderator and panelists for track 1. Yes, mabalos po. So the topic was digital economy acceleration and smart industry development. Once again, our track 1 panelists, presenters, and moderator. And at this point, we will just, be having a short break because para maiwasan po natin ang information overload, we will be given a presentation before we proceed to our track 2. Prepare yourselves to be entertained by none other than NCF Arts and Culture Group. A round of applause, please. Once again, Naga College Foundation, Center for Arts and Culture.
Sa bawat sinag ng araw sa ating watawat ay nakaukit ang kwento ng pagkakaisa, katatagan at pag-asa. Sa Luzon, kung saan unang sumiklab ang alab ng kalayaan, muli tayong nagtitipon ngayon, hindi upang makipaglaban, kundi upang magkaisa para sa isang mas maliwanag na kinabukasan. Sa pamamagitan ng ClickConEx 2026, pinagbubuklod tayong mga tao, sektor at pamayanan sa iisang adhikain, ang paglikha ng mga lungsod na matalino, inklusibo at mapayapa. Isang bisyon na nakaugat sa palitan ng kaalaman, pagtutulungan, pakikipagkapwa at sama-samang pagkilos tungo sa Naga City 2028 Finish Line Vision. Tulad ng iba't ibang watawat ng katipunan na sumasagisag sa pagkakaisa ng ating bayan, naway magsilbing tanglaw ang komperensyang ito upang pagdugtungin ang ating mga komunidad, palakasin ang mga ugnayan at magbukas ng mga oportunidad para sa lahat, sapagkat ang tunay na kaunlaran ay hindi lamang nasusukat sa teknolohiya o infrastruktura, kundi pati na rin sa mga pamayanang nagkakaisa, nagmamalasakit at sama-samang nangangarap. Mula sa 8 sinag ng araw ng Luzon hanggang sa iisang liwanag ng sambayanang Pilipino sa pagdiriwang ng kaarawan ni Dr. Jose P. Rizal, sama-sama nating buuin ang isang matalino, inklusibo at Pilipinas na lupang payapa.
Tuwing sasapit ang umaga, may nabubuong pag-asa na ang pag-ibig at buhay na malaya na minsan ay nawala ay magbalik na sana. Sana ihahatid ng hangin ang pasabi, paglaya natin darating, kalakip ang pag-ibig na dalisay, alay sa pusong naghihintay, pag-ibig na sinubok ng panahon, kalayaan na binuwalang alon, ay di na muling mawawala pa sa lupang mahal, sa lupang payapa. pag-asa ng bayan ay ipaglalaban. Mula noon hanggang ngayon, ipaglalaban. Ng hangin ang pasabi, paglaya natin darating. Kalakip ang pag-ibig na dalisay, alay sa pusong naghihintay. Pag-ibig na sinubok ng panahon, kalayaan na binuhat ng alon, ay di na muling mawawala. Sa lupang mahal, sa lupang payapa, lupang payapa.
Once again, NCF Center for Arts and Culture. Thank you very much. I had goosebumps watching that performance. Ang sarap maging Pilipino, and it takes so much responsibility as well and accountability from all of us, right? And so it's wonderful to have this type of event wherein it ignites the fire within us to be better Filipinos. And now, a while ago, we have heard speakers, panelists, presenters from Track 1, and it is equally important to recognize also the role of industry partners who help enable digital transformation through innovation, connectivity, and technology solutions. Before we proceed with our Track 1, our next segment features one of the country's leading enablers of digital innovation and business transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Globe Business. Representing Globe Business is Mr. Meldon Dedina, the cluster head of direct sales. Once again, a round of applause please for Globe Business. Mr. Meldon Dedina.
Thank you. There it is. Good afternoon, everyone. Hold on, yeah. So, colleagues and fellow leaders here, it is an absolute privilege for me to close out Track 1. We heard in the past few hours a masterclass of digital acceleration. We heard Naga City's digital roadmap. We talked about national policy, funding. But as we wrap up Track 1, I'm going back to Track 1 again, we have to look towards the ultimate horizon. What is true digital acceleration? It was mentioned by Mayor Lenny in her video early this morning that no one gets left behind. And I think that is a true measure of digital acceleration. So I just want to ground all this afternoon's brilliant digital policy into a story of nation building on how Globe is able to bridge the critical final mile using next generation direct-to-cell technology. Next slide, please. All right. So every investment opportunity, digital economic zone, and startup sandbox, all of these require one fundamental element to work. We need access. All the innovation that we make, if no one can access it, sayang naman, di ba? So let's look at the baseline reality. We have 7,063 GIDA barangays. As mentioned by a colleague earlier, these are the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. We have 7,000 across the country. And what does that translate to? That translates to 25 million Filipinos who have no coverage. Imagine, digital ecosystems will stop working And aside from that, you add yung occasional storms and outages. That puts another 2.56 million families into digital obscurity. Next slide, please. So, like what was mentioned earlier, Globe leaves no one behind. So our president, Carl Cruz, frames the challenge to align with being open and smart governance. Okay, he notes that connectivity is no longer just no longer just a necessity. It is a fifth utility of the country. So it's just as critical to local survival as economic dignity, as power, water, transport, and waste management. Okay, so that's why Globe approaches the public sector differently. So we are actively building a country where citizens' physical geography does not decide who gets access to opportunity. Okay, it's about progress, inclusive and participative. So when a nation progresses, when a nation becomes digitally capable, dapat lahat kasama. It's not just an industry that's well-connected or a fully developed industry or enterprise. You have to serve everyone who's you're supposed to interact with, di ba? Next slide. So the Archipelago Challenge, it was also mentioned earlier by a colleague. So we have a lot of islands in the Philippines. We have thousands of barangays in Gida zones. And to serve all of these is a logistical nightmare. And also an economic, well, it has a lot of economic limitations. You can't build that much infrastructure hanggang 2028. It's very difficult. So, without universal connectivity, e-government services, social welfare, national security, all of these will not be complete. Putol yung ecosystem. And the opportunity is to put a new layer of infrastructure. And where is that infrastructure? We're not going to dig. We're going above the clouds. And that is what we're going to do to close the gap permanently. Next slide, please. So that brings us to direct-to-cell, which we call technology of trust. What does that mean? So it brings connectivity direct from the satellites, orbiting satellites. And it ensures continuing service in remote, disaster-prone, and underserved areas. So this augments already existing terrestrial rollouts and supports essential digital participation in health, in education, and livelihood, in e-commerce, all of these things. So basically, it's cell site in the sky. And it enables satellite-to-cell connectivity. You just need LTE phones, existing LTE phones. No additional hardware, no additional software, just existing 4G phones. And what you can do with that is you can send and receive text messages to stay in touch anywhere. You can send OTT messages and even do some light data browsing. Okay, basic internet services or vital information. All the transparency that we need, if no one can access the information, sayang lang. So but you have basic tools to access those transparent information available everywhere, then that's something that's really going to be a big help in nation building. Next slide, please. So when the sky becomes the infrastructure, you have a lot of tools to be able to use for all these scenarios. In the recent quake that hit Mindanao, Globe activated this technology to thousands of our fellow brothers who were affected, both businesses and consumers. So we did that, and it was able to help transcend the barriers of communication. Kasi if this terrestrial infrastructure, our cell sites go down, where do you get information? How do you stay connected? So this is one of the ways. And with that, in terms of rural health and agriculture, barangay health workers can access patient records, telehealth. Farmers and fisher folk, they can receive real-time information wherever they are. Kahit walang cell site, kahit walang facility in the areas that they operate on. Also for government transactions, authenticating identities to disperse emergency aid, which we do digitally. That can happen even if terrestrial infrastructure, even our regular cell sites go down. Local governments can offer permits, certificates, and records online, even in island municipalities not reached by our existing infrastructure. Next slide, please. So having connectivity, having access is not enough to become a fully digital ecosystem. That's why Globe, of course, we have our own digital technology stack. And when you collaborate with Globe, when you interact with Globe, we plug into a system that is robust, secure, and dedicated for processing heavy information, heavy workloads, whether it's government, private enterprise, and that enables progress when you have technologies like that. Going to my final slide. So as regional directors, ICT executives, and public sector leaders, we know that there's a heavy burden on regulatory compliance, audit accountability, with every partner, with every technology partner that you collaborate with. That's why Globe brings fully verified ironclad credentials to the table. So we back up with triple ISO certification. We have CDPA minus leadership score and science-based net zero target. What do these credentials mean? This means that when you present a joint digital initiative to the Commission on Audit or other oversight bodies, you can do so with absolute structural and regulatory confidence. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Last slide na pala yun. Okay, so that brings us to the close of track 1. But more importantly, this marks the beginning of actual execution. Okay, so we saw a lot of presentations this afternoon looking at the big picture. Now let's build it. So this is an invitation for all of us here to collaborate with Globe teams. Please scan the QR code if you wish to ask questions, or you can approach me after this talk. So that we can start to co-create an intelligent and inclusive nation together. So thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Sir Meldon. Let's co-create an intelligence nation together. Sir, please stay on stage for the photo opportunity. And we also would like to call on stage Ma'am Rosemary Quinto-Ray of Albay ICT Council and Mr. Darwin Manubag of Iligan ICT Council. By the way, I just would like to say, sir, that I'm a proud Globe subscriber. Yes. Wonderful service. Now, we will just be having a photo opportunity. Sit back, relax, everyone, because we are about to have our track 2 right after this. There you have it. Thank you once again, Sir Meldon Dadina, and thank you, Ma'am Rosemary and Sir Darwin for joining the photo opportunity. And now, as mentioned a while ago, As we continue our journey through ClickConEx 2026, we now shift our focus to one of the defining challenges and opportunities of our time. Building communities that are not only innovative and prosperous, but also sustainable, resilient, and prepared for the future. Welcome to Track 2, Green ICT, Sustainable Agriculture, and Climate Resilient Smart Cities. This session bridges together leaders, innovators, policymakers, and industry experts who will share insights and solutions on how technology, sustainability, and innovation can work together to create a smarter, greener, and more resilient communities. To guide us through this important conversation, we are honored to be joined by a distinguished leader whose expertise and experience continue to contribute to innovation, sustainability, and community development. Ladies and gentlemen, join me once again in welcoming the moderator for Track 2, Mr. Efren Daniel De Leon, the chairman of ICT Council Bicol and president of World Tech Resources Institute. Sir Dan, the stage is yours.
Salamat Tonet. Maray na hapon otro sa to gabos. As we begin our discussions for Track 2, Green ICT, Sustainable Agriculture, and Climate Resilient Smart Cities, it is fitting that we start with an organization whose work reflects the very themes of the heart of this session. Today, as communities face growing challenges related to food security, environment sustainability, and climate resilience, innovation in agriculture has become more important than ever. Technology is no longer transforming cities alone. It is also transforming farms, food systems, and the way communities prepare for a more sustainable future. Our Track 2 main partner is an agri-tech company committed to leveraging innovation and technology to support sustainable agriculture, empower farming communities, and contribute to building more resilient and future-ready ecosystems. We're honored not only by their partnership in making this track possible, but also by their active participation in today's conversation. Representing Plant Nation Incorporated is a leader whose work continues to bridge innovation, sustainability, and community engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the marketing head of Plant Nation Incorporated, Mr. Sebastian Hirona.
Maraming salamat po. Gising pa po ba kayo? Okay pa po ba kayo? Magiging maikli lamang po ito. But before I begin, I would, instead of me sharing the deck, I would share a story. Share a story about connection. So, okay. Salamat. Marahay na hapon sa inyong lahat. It's an honor to stand before this distinguished room of academic leaders, government officials, and partners today. Today, I am incredibly excited to share a story of Plant Nation. Our mission is fundamentally simple. We connect people, land, and technology to build real, lasting prosperity across our rural communities in the Philippines. But to understand why we are here, thank you. But to understand why we are here, all good? Okay, again, take two. But to understand why we are here, we have to look honestly, at the realities of Philippine agriculture. It's a story of disconnect. On one hand, we have veteran farmers. We have veteran farmers who are deeply hesitant to adopt new technologies simply because they are locked into the nakasanayan system, the old ways of doing. On the other hand, the youth aren't interested in agriculture at all. They watch their parents or relatives struggle just to make ends meet. Totoo po yan, nangyayari. And decide that farming simply isn't cool. Hindi siya masaya. And many would rather invest their time and talent into becoming online influencers, even though realistically only about 3% ever actually make it. Then we look at our OFWs. So many of them genuinely want to invest their hard-earned money back into local farming. But they face a major hurdle. They don't have a reliable, trustworthy katiwala to manage their investment from afar. And for a few young people who wants to explore farming, they are instantly stopped by massive capital requirements and a lack of land and zero assurance of turning it into a profit. So this is where Yakamu comes in. We built Yakamu to bridge this gap, bringing our farmers or our youth and our OFWs together into one thriving ecosystem. Backed fully by our LGUs and local communities, we are an agri-edtech. So again, we are an agri-edtech community-based platform that provides world-class digital agriculture training. And to give you some context about it, our founder actually holds a digital agricultural certification from EDX, a World Bank Group program, a course that normally costs around 30,000 pesos and more. We are bringing those premium insights directly to our community partners. So we also pair education with the expertise of world-class agriculturists and aquaculturists who have a proven track record of multiplying traditional yields anywhere from 4 to 100x. So may world-class po kaming instructor to help the farmers and our community. Okay, there you go. And to bring back the youth into the fold, maybe you can go to slide 8. Slide 8. Okay. So this is the platform that we built. So to bring back the youth into the fold, we've completely gamified the experience for the users. Users can earn community-based community badges to unlock special privileges by performing task-based activities like visiting to majestic Mount Isarog, helping the local communities there, and sharing their journey on social media. We are making agriculture cool again. Gusto naming maging up-to-date with the Gen Zs. Okay. So, and lastly, ang isa pa naming gustong ilagay is to integrate yung CCTV and solar panels, and lastly, yung geospatial AI into our platform. So nakasunod na po yan sa amin. So this allows us to map and track every single planting site, giving us the power to detect mortality rates and shifting climate conditions before they ever become a problem. So beyond the fields, we will also build and scale up macroeconomy, promoting local bagsakan centers, optimizing logistics, and creating business opportunities for processing plants completely customized to what the LGU needs. So bakit Naga? So why did we go here at Naga? So why did we decide to anchor this entire mission here in Naga? Because this city truly understands the rare balance between progress and heart. You possess the fertile land, the bold, progressive leadership, and a community that deeply understands the power of working together. We didn't come here to Naga to teach you how to farm. We came to learn from your resilience and to offer a platform that magnifies your hard work. This isn't just a corporate project. This is a movement born right here in the heart of Naga, designed to be the ultimate blueprint that the rest of the Philippines will look to for inspiration. And let us also remember that the most powerful initiatives are never the ones owned by the government or by business alone. They are the ones fully embraced by the community, and the best leaders do not sit around waiting for perfect solutions. They actively help create them. So we chose Naga not because we found a local government uniquely willing to support innovation. So we see Naga because we love Naga because of their transparency, community participation, and long-term agricultural development. We chose also Naga not because it was the easiest place to start, but because this city was willing to lead. So as I close, I'm reminded that at the end of the day, the change we want to see doesn't start with me, and it certainly can't be done by you alone. It starts when we choose to move forward as one. This isn't just about land or technology. It's about the dignity of the families waiting for a chance and the future we owe to our children. Hindi ako, hindi ikaw, kundi tayo makakagawa nito. Let's set aside the barriers and use our strengths and finally build the better Philippines that every Filipino deserves. Maraming salamat po at magpalang hapon sa inyong lahat. And also, if you're ready to be part of this journey with us, please go to our Plant Nation booth. And also, plug ko na rin, go to plantnationph.com. So, yun lamang po.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Herona. Sustainability begins at the local level. Local governments play a critical role in addressing environmental challenges, strengthening climate resilience, and ensuring that communities are prepared for the future. To share the local government perspective on building climate resilient cities and addressing infrastructure, energy, and sustainability challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Mayor of San Jose, Camarines Sur, and Bicol, the Honorable Gerald Peña.
Thank you, Tito Danny, for the information of everybody here. Tito Danny is my father's class 68 classmate in Ateneo de Naga. So, Tito Danny, nabulgar na sa edad mo. Before anything else, I would like to express our deepest gratitude and thanks to the Almighty Father, the Creator, and to Inang Peña Francia for having us the opportunity to gather here together. Ano po, napaka-privilege show natin that we have these opportunities to talk to each other. And before the technologies that have been discussed here, yung tao talaga is destined for connectivity. So, ginawa tayo at our own unique existence. Basically, God wants us to connect with each other. So mayroon tayong kanya-kanyang capabilities. And please allow me to be biased. I would like to greet my fraternity brother, Sir Darwin Manubag. Koyang sir, good afternoon and welcome to Bicol. Magkasama po kami sa Smart Cities Network in Kuala Lumpur. And nag-uwi kami ng, we got the top 3 score in whole of the Southeast Asia. Thank you, Kuyang, for having us here. So before I start, I would like to focus. Let me walk through you on how its local chief executive or the mayor, what is our POV amidst these topics na pinapakinggan natin kanina pang umaga. Paano ba ang strategy, challenges sa unang tingin ng isang mayor with regards to this one? First of all, I reminded myself that my position and the power that is inherited in me, given to me by the Constitution when I was elected as mayor of my municipality, I always keep in mind that I'm only a steward of God's creation. Ibig sabihin, pag steward ako, hindi ko pwedeng basta sa laulain lang yung resources na binibigay sa akin. I must be very carefully manage, including the resources, especially the budget and the money. Kaya sayang wala na si Senator Bam. Isa po ako ngayon sa nakaambang doon sa MOA ng BYC sa blockchain. I'm just waiting for the municipal ordinance to authorize me to sign the contract. Pinadalhan na po kami niyan way back February pa sa M4GG ni Mayor Benji Magalong. So halos lahat ho sa amin pipirma doon sa MOA with the blockchain technology. So given that perspective, yung resiliency is not anymore adaptable to anyone, but it's attributed to all the class of the society. Ang unang challenge po namin nung nakita ko how much budget that we have na ima-manage ko. When in my first term, I only have 28 million in my economic development fund. Ang dami kong pwedeng gastusan, ang dami kong pwedeng pagtuunan ng pansin. Unang-una, pag may mga pumapasok sa opisina ko, mga tech companies, kinakabahan na kaagad ako. Kasi when they try to convince me to buy their products, to buy their system, mahina ang 5M pataas. Yung 5M po pataas, 6 na barangay na po ang nabibigyan ko niyan ng basic potable water na ginagawa namin sa aming bayan. So inuna muna namin because it is indeed my protocol also because following the hierarchy of Maslow's needs, unahin ko muna po yung basic needs muna. So going through, I try to create an environment in my municipality para maintindihan ng lahat ng mga constituents namin ano ba ang trabaho namin. Unang-una, sa dami-dami naming compliances sa DILG, with the other national government agencies, I only focus on 2 aspects. Gasgas na gasgas to sa San Jose, parati lang naririnig to. Kaya ko po binabanggit to para maintindihan po ninyo, I only focus on 2, that which I called my faith in governance, to love and protect our environment and natural resources, to love and protect our human resources. Being said that, yung faith in governance natin, yun na po ang angkla namin. That's already the anchor of our pillars in governance. So patuloy po kami doon sa paniniwala namin yun para makumbinsi namin ang tao. So I believe resiliency starts with protecting our environment and natural resources and protecting our human resources. That comes in with the resiliency issue. Other things that is related to technology and other support system ay nakakatulong lamang doon sa basics na pinaniniwalaan natin. Kaya nga po, sa San Jose, mayroon po tayong, ito po ang San Jose, hindi po kami kilalang bayan way back before for 5 decades. Kaya po nung naging mayor po ako, I deliberately branded it for San Jose Partido to make mark on all of the parts of the Philippines na mayroon pong isang bayan na ang pangalan San Jose Partido doon sa Eastern Seaboard ng Lagunoy Gulf. Yan po. So, napakaliit po ng aming bayan. We are only fourth-class municipality with 4,800 square kilometers of land area. 89% of that is attributed to agriculture. Ganun po ang characteristics ng bayan namin. So, yun ang sinasabi natin. Lahat ng baha, pagtuyot, everything that is happening to us is all aligned with our faith in governance. So dito po, ano mga challenges namin? Ito po, kami po ang welcoming committee ng bagyo after Birak Catanduanes, ang San Jose. Pag sinabing Birak Catanduanes, ang typhoon ni Sir Mike Padua, automatic, kami na po ang nag-welcome sa typhoon dito sa aming bayan. So yan po ang mga naranasan namin. But we were able to establish in our own sense na kapag ipon kami, privately, we have mobile water filtration system and our mobile trailer kitchen na papakita ko mamaya. Yan. This one. This one. We have a trailer kitchen na yun po ang papang-serve namin sa aming mga kababayan sa Baguio. What we did now is we created an executive order that created the SJP iServe ID. This is an individual ID to all the residents, regardless kung butante ka o hindi. Targeted namin lahat ng mga tao, targeted namin lahat sa amin. So alam namin kung sino yung binibigyan namin ng tulong, alam namin kung anong concern nila. And because our objective is really to become stand-alone municipality, we have established first ever in the whole of Region 5, the first ever stand-alone dialysis center. Na ang objective ko po, para po sa mga kaibigan ko dito sa Naga, para po matulungan namin kayo na ma-decongest ang traffic dito. Now, we have just got a license from the DOH to establish our own blood bank center, meaning to say that is a prerequisite for the establishment of the first primary care facility, the hospital. So hindi na po pupunta ang mga taga-partido dito sa Naga, doon na lamang po sila sa San Jose. And this one is through the advanced methods of technology na karamihan po ay napakatipid lamang dahil we have volunteers who are creating the system. Yung ating pong pagbibigay ng warning, we have already established to all the 29 barangays the wireless PA system. Yan po, nakapagbibigay kami ng mensahe sa buong 29 barangays ng PA system wirelessly, and now we are on the third phase. We are installing to the 28 campuses of our municipality. Yun lamang po ang nais ko pong ibahagi sa inyo, ang challenge namin patungkol parati sa budget. Ang challenge namin of how we manage our meager resources, but we are blessed to have that kind of situation because in the meager budget, we learn how to become innovative. We learn how to create networks. We learn how to create friends. Just recently, in my own private capacity, our family have sent me to Nagoya, Japan, to purposely negotiate with the mayor of Nagoya to have a sisterhood in terms of creating and establishing a waste treatment or waste-to-energy facility, probably not just in San Jose, but in the whole district of Partido. Diyos mabalos po na maresendo ka, boss, sa inyo pong paghinanyog. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat, Mayor. Building resilient communities requires strong national leadership and policies that support sustainability, food security, agricultural innovation, and inclusive rural development. Our next speaker has long been a champion of Filipino farmers, food security, and sustainable development, advocating for policies that strengthen communities while preparing them for the challenges of a changing world. to discuss building a food-secure Philippines, advancing agricultural innovation, climate resilience, and inclusive rural growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan.
Salamat, Tabi, for the kind introduction. To Jesraf Palmares, our NICP President, Mr. Efren De Leon, ICT Council of Bicol Chairperson, Mayor Gerald Peña, the earlier Speaker of San Jose, Camsur, Mr. Jerome Montemayor, ang ED, ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, Ms. Regina Melchor, President, Camsur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Erwin Belen, Trustee, Coalition for Agri-Modernization, local government officials, speakers, delegates, ICT councils, and organizers. Magandang hapon po. Jos Maray na Aldaos, City Government of Naga, at sa ating mga kasamahan today. Diyos mabalos sa imbitasyon at sa pagkakataong makasama kayo sa isang mahalagang talakayan tungkol sa kinabukasan ng ating komunidad. And a subject matter that is very close to my heart. I have been connected with and advocate of agriculture and fisheries since 2010. So I am on my 17th year on the way. Allow me to begin with stories of hope. Natutunan ng mga mangingisda ng Giwan, Eastern Samar, kung paano mamuhay at umangkop sa realidad ng mas malalakas na bagyo. Sa halip na maghintay na lamang at hayaang masira ang kanilang kabuhayan, gumawa sila ng mga fish cage na maaaring ibawa bago dumating ang bagyo para mabawasan ang pinsala. Libo-libong mangingisda ang nagkaisa, tumulong sa pangangalaga ng mga marine reserve. And in different parts of the country, farmers are now receiving localized weather advisories through digital platforms. They no longer have to rely purely on guesswork or tradition. They can now make decisions based on real-time information. Sa mga kwentong ito, pinapakita sa atin dito na nga ang climate innovation sa sistema ng pagkain. Nangyayari na, pero kinakailangang mangyari pa ng mas lubos sa maraming lugar. Ang isang hamon ay kung paano tayo patuloy na makakapag-produce ng pagkain sa kabila ng climate change. How can we secure or ensure that a farmer can still plant after the drought? We are going to be facing what they call one of the more severe El Nino cycles this year by the third quarter. Now, that a fisher folk can still earn, how do we ensure that after a typhoon? And that every Filipino family can still put food on the table despite global uncertainty. Nasa sangandaan ang Pilipinas ng dalawang realidad. Una, kabilang ang Pilipinas sa mga bansang pinaka-vulnerable sa climate change sa buong mundo. Ikalawa, milyong-milyong Pilipino ang umaasa sa agrikultura at pangingisda para sa kanilang kabuhayan. At sa pangalawang ito, malungkot isipin na ang national average ng poverty is 16%, the national figures. But for the sector of farming and fishing, it's double that, nearly. Poverty incidence in the farming and fishing sector hovers from 27 to 30%. Pero sabi nga nila, sa lahat ng krisis, may pagkakataon din. Today, we have an opportunity unlike any previous generation. For the first time, technology is accessible even in the most remote communities. I just read the other day that 9 out of 10 of the Gen Z generation have access to smartphones and digital technology. For the first time, accessible na talaga sa most remote communities ang technology. Study shows that a number of Filipino farmers and fishers now own smartphones. A device once used primarily for communication can now become a climate adaptation tool, a marketplace, a weather station, a financial platform, and a TikTok live selling. Pati classroom ng agriculture, pwede na rin sa telepono. Ang isang magsasakang may hawak ng smartphone, nakaugnay na sa mga mahalagang impormasyon, pwede na siyang makatanggap ng weather forecast, babala tungkol sa mga peste, impormasyon sa presyo sa merkado, mga payo sa pagtatanim, at mga rekomendasyon kung kailan at paano magtanim. Dahil dito, mas naging abot kamay na ang lahat ng kaalaman. At ika nga nila, ang kaalaman ay kapangyarihan. Smart agriculture means adopting stress-tolerant crop varieties, for example, that can withstand drought and floods. It means using water-saving irrigation systems. It means protecting mangroves that serve as natural barriers against storm surges. Smart agriculture means connecting the farmers and fishers to the market by way of market-driven planting and harvest schedules, directly connecting the producers to the consumers in a seamless, digitally enabled supply chain. Sa madaling salita, ang smart agriculture ay ang pagsasanib ng matagal ng karunungan na minana natin sa ating mga ninuno at mga makabagong siyensya, agham at teknolohiya. Matagal nang isinasabuhay ng ating mga katutubo ang sustainable na pangangalaga sa lupa. Ang ating mga magsasaka naman ay nag-iipon ng mga kaalaman na ipasa sa iba't ibang henerasyon tungkol sa kalikasan at pagtatanim. At walang mas nakakaunawa sa galaw at daloy ng karagatan, kundi ang ating mga mangingisda. Ang ating tungkulin bilang mga pinuno ng bayan ay hindi palitan ang mga kaalamang ito, kundi palakasin pa sa pamamagitan ng siyensya, datos at teknolohiya. Sa ganitong paraan, mas magiging handa ang ating mga komunidad sa mga hamon ng kasalukuyan at ng hinaharap. Another challenge is scale. The Philippines has more than 7 million agriculture households and hundreds of thousands of fishing operations and communities spread across thousands of islands. Hindi kayang gawin ang smart agriculture ng iisang teknolohiya lamang, ng iisang ahensya ng gobyerno lamang o ng iisang institusyon. Kailangan natin ng sama-samang pagkilos at matitibay na ugnayan. Kailangan natin ng mas maayos at mas malawak na internet connectivity sa kanayunan. Kailangan natin ng mas mahusay na agriculture extension services na direkta hanggang sa grassroots naghahatid ng kaalaman at teknolohiya at hindi sa regional level lamang para sa ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda. Kailangan natin ng mga lokal na pamalahang nangunguna sa pagsulong ng climate resilience. Kailangan natin ng mga pamantasan at universidad na kayang gawing praktikal at kapaki-pakinabang ang mga solusyon ng kanilang mga research. At kailangan natin ang private sector. Pinakamalalim ang bulsa ng private sector na mamuhunan sa makabagong teknolohiyang makakarating hindi lamang sa malaking negosyo, kundi maging sa pinakamaliit nating mga food producers. Government, whether national or local, must inspire and must be inspiring so that private sector will likewise have the confidence to invest. Kapag nakita ng private sector na seryoso ang gobyerno, tinututukan ang maayos na pamamahala, hindi nilulustay ang pondo at napupunta sa tamang mga programa, may inspire ang private sector na tumaya rin. Subalit pag nakikita ng private sector na ang pamamahala sa agrikultura at pangingisda ay nararyan pa rin ang pangungurakot, ang smuggling, ang pagkikipagsabwatan ng mga nasa pamalaan at mga hoarders, etc., ay sasabihin ng private sector, mag-i-invest ako ng hanggat kung ano lamang ang pwede. It also must be stressed that in the agri and fisheries sector in the country, our supply chain, from producers to warehousing, to middlemen, consolidators, cold storage, logistics, up to the consumers, the supply chain, the weakest link is still the producer, the farmer, and the fisherfolk. And therefore, if we want to have ample food supply, we must mobilize resources towards the weakest link and provide them with capacity, with technology, with organization, with extension service. Anong saysay ng teknolohiya kung hindi organisado ang food producers natin, ang mga magsasaka at mangingisda? Anumang intervention na gagawin ng national at local governments kung hindi naman organisado at capacitated ang farmers at fisherfolk, ay hindi magiging sustainable ang anumang intervention. The lessons of superpowers in agriculture in the region is that they have a strong, organized farming and fishing cooperatives, federations, and associations. And that is why we have passed on second reading the reestablishment of the Bureau of Agri and Fisheries Cooperatives under the Department of Agriculture, precisely because that is the way to go, so that any smart agriculture interventions will be absorbed by an organized, a mobilized, a organization with economies of scale in the grassroots level. And the second measure that we just passed on second reading is the re-establishment of the Bureau of Agri and Fisheries Extension Services. Prior to the devolution to the local governments of Extension Service, it was in the national level. It was with the Department of Agriculture. But we devolved agriculture development and fisheries development to the LGUs, and yet we did not provide the necessary budgetary support. So ang nangyari, walang infantry ang Department of Agriculture sa grassroots. And anyone who understands military strategies and tactics, it's the grassroots, it's the infantry that wins the war. And that's why we have passed that on second reading. In the end, the security of our food is the responsibility not just of one sector. Responsibilidad ito ng buong sambayanan. The Sagip Saka Act, which we founded, which we sponsored rather, and enacted into law in 2019, was precisely, the long title is Farmers, Enterprise, and Entrepreneurship Development Program. We have to move away from subsistence farming, which continues to be the norm, and move towards farm enterprise management and development. We have to capacitate our farmers and our fisher folk. And that is precisely the strategy of Sagip Saka. The reality is, our farmers continue to be disempowered. Our fisher folk continue to be disempowered. They are not organized. If they are organized, they are paper associations. And that's why kaya silang samantalahin, kaya silang alipusta, kaya silang imanipula ng mga makapangyarihang trader, etc. And what Sagip Saka intends to do, and what the DA intends to do, and what the Bureau of Agriculture Extension Services and Bureau of Cooperative Agriculture Co-ops intends to do is to provide 3 to 5 years of hand-holding of our Farmers Association and Fisher Folk Associations until they become capacitated. There is no other way around it. That's how we're going to make agriculture and fisheries viable in the country. If we want to secure our food, we must secure our farmers. I remember one intervention that was suggested by the Cavite State University is to create a trading center in Indang, Cavite. And I said, that is fine. But if your farmers are not organized, the trading center will again be an opportunity for exploitation. Will be an opportunity na babaratin pa rin sila ng malalaking trader. Again, the same applies for smart agriculture. What is the point of drone technology if you provide it to an association that is not capacitated or empowered? Ang mangyayari dyan, sino ang magme-maintain nung drone? Paano, after 1 year, siguro hindi na gumagana yung drone dahil hindi na ma-maintain, dahil hindi capacitated yung kooperatiba o yung asosasyon. Ang nangyayari pa, binibigyan ng traktora, pero yung presidente lamang nung asosasyon ang nagnenegosyo nung traktora dahil hindi nga organisado ang mga farmers at fisher folk organizations. So, smart agriculture is necessary, interventions are necessary, capacitating our farmers and making them digital citizens is necessary to push us forward. But we begin with holding their hand for 3 to 5 years until they are capacitated. And the private sector plays a critical role here. And so, when we empower our food producers with information communication technology, we strengthen our agriculture and fisheries. And when we strengthen our agriculture and fisheries, we secure our nation. And when we secure food for every Filipino, we secure the future of our country. Maraming salamat at magandang araw, maray na hapon sa Indogabos.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Kiko. So we invite, if you have any question for Senator Kiko may entertain your question. So kindly please just raise your hand and then we will provide you with a microphone. Anyone who'd like to ask? Going once? There you go. Sir Michael, and right after ma'am, Sir Michael. Ma'am, please.
Hello, Sen. I'm here. Hi. I want to ask about...
What's your name?
Jana po.
Jana.
Hi, I'm Jana. I'm a 25-year-old health tech founder. So I want to ask about ube.
Yes.
So ube production in the Philippines is declining while global demand is rising. How can the government use your Sagip Saka Act to give farmers better support? And what incentives can we offer landowners to plant ube on idle land so we are exporting and not importing? And how can we strengthen this crop so we can export more, even with the Philippines having multiple seasons in a year?
You know, the Department of Agriculture has the high value crop program. They even have an undersecretary, I think, for high value crops. That falls under the high value crops program of the Department of Agriculture. This last year, 2026 budget, for high value crops, we allocated about 500 million pesos for cacao and for coffee. So now what we're doing is we're preparing for the next budget cycle and look into how we can provide additional funding for the high value crops program, but focusing this time on ube. Sadly, it's not just ube that we're importing. We're importing coffee, we're importing cacao, we're importing rice, we're importing tomatoes, Department of Angkat na nga ang tawag sa Department of Agriculture. No? And that is something precisely what we are trying to address. It's not sexy. Extension service doesn't sound sexy. Who here finds it sexy? Nobody. Who here finds agriculture co-op sexy? Very few. But that's how we're going to address the challenge of increasing the productivity of our farmers and our fisherfolk. And when you increase productivity, that's when you address the challenges of supply. And when productivity increases, supply increases, and therefore the problem of importation will be addressed. Why will we import if we are already producing what we can, necessary for our consumption? We are importing 2/3 of our coffee requirements. We're importing 2/3 of our chocolate requirements. We're unable to produce. Before, we used to be 90%, 92% rice sufficient. Now we're down to 77%. And that's why billions of pesos dollars worth of rice is being imported. So the deeper challenge really is structural. The deeper problems, rather, is structural. And that's why the Bureau of Agriculture Extension Services and the Bureau of reestablishing the Bureau of Agri and Fisheries Co-ops is one such structural reform that we are putting in place. So going back to ube, I planted 100 ube root crops in my farm. So it takes a year before you can start harvesting. But we will look into that and provide the necessary funding for that. And if the private sector and government can work together and develop the product, that would also be a good way forward.
Thank you, Sen.
Thank you for answering the question, Senator. And thank you, ma'am, for your question. Now we move forward to Sir Michael. Sir, for your question, please.
Good afternoon, sir. As you know, we're losing farmers and none of their children probably want to be farmers. And you mentioned the private sector before. I think the private sector does want to try to help. But as a private sector, it's probably hard to talk to 1,000 farmers individually. Based on your work with, maybe experience with Sagip-Saka, is there a model where you've seen or you've developed or you've used that allows private corporations to work with cooperatives or farmers so that they will not be taken advantage of and it becomes a win-win situation for both parties?
Yes. In fact, there are several templates. One such template is the Jollibee Foundation. Please sit down. The Jollibee Foundation has entered into contract growing with onion growers, for example. In their case, it's corporate social responsibility. What they do is they buy the onions, 60% of the onions from the onion growers. The 40% they let the onion growers sell it to the market to avoid pole vaulting. And so the Jollibee Foundation has done this since 2008. So that's one template. When they started in 2008, the harvest of the onions was 50 hectares. They did 50 tons. But by 2015, they were doing 500 tons. So that's one example. But it's not easy. In fact, the Jollibee Foundation experience with the Kalasag farmers is one of the inspirations for Sagip-Saka to become a law. So that is one. Another template would be, it's not corporate social responsibility, it's actually part of the corporate philosophy, which is Nestle. included in their business model is that they buy from coffee growers directly. And they provide support and assistance for the coffee growers. I know both Jollibee and Nestle because I worked with them in 2011, 2012 with the Sagip Saka program. Another template, but this one unfortunately, because of pest in the banana sector and COVID, was the La Frutera in Maguindanao. This was by he was the president and CEO, Senen Bacani. In his case, they were able to lease about 1,500 hectares of banana land from farmers in the local communities who happened to be relatives of the Muslim rebels. Kaya nung nagkakagera dyan sa BARM, dun sa Maguindanao area nila, walang gera. Kasi nga, yung mga kamag-anak ng mga farmers, ng mga rebelde, yung mga farmers. Their template was another interesting setup. The farmers were both lessors and laborers. They were leasing their land, and then they would work on the land. So there was a contract between La Frutera and the farmers. One instance I remember explained to me, they found out, La Frutera found out, that the land that they were leasing, many nakasanla. And when they computed the cost of production in terms of lease, 1% lang yung cost of lease sa total cost of production. So they agreed that we will double the lease. But part of the doubling will go to paying yung loan para ma-free up. So that was another template. The trouble with that template was that, yun na nga, pineste siya at tumama ang COVID. So they had to, they discontinued their operations. So there are several possible interventions and models wherein private sector, government, and the farmers can work together. I understand the biggest, I forget the name now, but I was just in their farm. This is tobacco farming. Winston, what's his name? Sorry, it's at the tip of my tongue. In his case, he really funds the tobacco farmers. As in technology, drone, and then their wages and lease. It's similar to La Frutera. They lease the land from the farmers, provide them the necessary technology, and they're one of the biggest exporters of the tobacco leaf, which is being used for cigars. So there are several templates, but in all of them, they put the farmer front and center. The resources dapat direkta sa farmers to build their capacity. I hope I answered your question. No? I hope. Ayan.
Thank you very much, Senator Kiko, and thank you very much, Sir Michael, for that question. Can we entertain one more question? Or last one question from Press Jesraf.
Senator, we know you mentioned about the importation of cacao, no? And the only way for us also to ensure the production is to ensure for the farmers to have an output or a market for their cacao, right? As per experience in Iloilo, the government gave a plant for processing of cacao in New Lucena, and it was producing a very good quality chocolates comparable to a Swiss chocolate. However, it has been 2 to 3 years already that the application from BFAD is not being addressed. So the farmers now are stop producing or planting more cacao kasi wala namang output because the government is not providing the permits or the license for this production. In the Senate, Senator, I hope that this kind of actions can be taken care of so that we can improve the production.
If we can get the position paper of the group,
Yeah, we have
and
the-
where the gaps are, because
The-
I will ask them. I will not approve the BIFAD budget unless they approve the processing of the
Yes,
permits.
thank you very much.
No, but
this is handled by the Panay Organic Farmers Association.
okay, we will help. We will help. We did this as I mentioned. I'm not sure if I mentioned it here because I was in another. One of the reasons why I decided to run again for senator, despite the fact that I was down in the surveys, was because the Sagip-Saka Act was not being implemented. 3 taon na. Yung GPPB resolution, hindi magkasundo ang DA at yung DBM. 3 taon. So when I sat, I immediately told them, pag hindi kayo nagkasundo at hindi nyo nilabas ito, hindi ko aprobahan yung mga budget ninyo. Ayun, November of last year, finally the GPPB resolution was issued after 3 years of nakatenga. And this is unconscionable. I don't understand why a number of government offices can sleep at night. So if you have that concern, we will not approve the BIFAD budget. We'll tell them to address this immediately. No? Is there a question there? I have about 10 minutes, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Please
Unless you have
introduce
something
yourself
else to do, I can, agri and fisheries, kulang ang isang araw, pag-usapan lahat ng mga problema. So, baka meron pa kayong ibang event. So we're all good for 10 minutes? We're good? Okay. And then you can let me go. Okay.
One more question.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Darwin Manubag, City Administrator of Iligan. Actually,
I'm sorry,
Darwin Manubag, City
Yes.
Admin of Iligan City, sir.
Okay, yes, sir.
We've rolled out Saray program 2 years ago as part of the advocacy of NICP. So this Saray program is smarter approaches to reinvigorate agriculture as an industry in the Philippines, developed by UPLB in partnership with DOST. The problem with that, we appreciate smart agriculture, because this is satellite-based, there's soil testing, and you need to make it sure that lands are properly documented in terms of the type of crops, weather, pests, etc. No? But the problem with DOST, it has limitations in terms of funding. But we felt that the Saray program, in the context of smart agriculture, is a really very impressive smart agriculture direction as an intervention at the local level. We implemented Saray in Iligan, but the problem is DOST's limitations in terms of funds, and the technology. But our direction is, staggered basis, but we felt that this is a very important technology intervention among farmers because in our level, we educate the farmers in terms of soil, in terms of the kind of crops, weather, etc. And we feel that this is really very modern that should be implemented throughout the country if we want agriculture. And this is also linked to the markets. So if we want agriculture to level up, we need to make it sure that we have a national program that will really strengthen smart agriculture among LGUs. Particularly in the case of Mindanao, we have a lot of agri-products, but we have problems with technology among the farmers and even linking that to the market. And I think Saray is a very good project of DOST, needing support from the Senate, and we are urging
If you can give us also my team is here, we can get the position paper
Yes.
of the DOST for the 2027 budget debates. When we started the budget debates, the Sagip-Saka program had no funds. The cacao program had no funds, only coffee, sa DA. The first border patrol, first border security inspection had no funds, when the budget was presented to us as proposed by Malacanang. But we worked with the stakeholders. We consulted them. I was vice chairman of the Finance Committee on Agri and Fisheries. So we were able to allocate 500 million for Sagip-Saka when it was zero. we were able to allocate 1 billion for the first border inspection facility when it was zero. We were able to put cacao into the 500 million program for cacao and coffee. So we'll do that. We'll figure out how to source the funds and make it happen.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, thank you, thank
NICP
you.
will put up
And we will not approve their budget
resolution.
if they don't fund it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Implement.
Senator.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So I guess that's all for our
Yes, and
Q&A.
so siguro my last, I will repeat what I said earlier. We will not reach fully developed nation status if we don't address agri and fisheries in the country. Until we do that, you know, Thailand is the biggest buyer of 4x4s in the entire planet. Why? Because it is the vehicle of choice of the Thai farmer. In other words, if your farmers have increased incomes, they will require manufactured goods, they will require a banking system, they will require health services, etc. And that will be the multiplier effect that will make our economic growth sustainable and will power us into first world progressive nation status like Vietnam, like Thailand, like Malaysia. So with your help, the private sector, we will fix what's broken and move towards a modernized agri and fisheries sector in the country. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much. Senator Kiko, please stay on stage. We will just be having a photo opportunity together with all the panelists. And of course, the panel moderator, Sir Efren Daniel de Leon. We have Mr. Sebastian Herona, Honorable Gerald Benya, Mr. Jerome Montemayor, Ma'am Regina Melchor, Sir Erwin Aquino Belen, and Ms. Raisa Ong, the founder and managing director of Plant Nation. We would also like to invite to join on stage Ms. Ruby Jane Bandola, the head of the Digital Innovation and My Naga app, as well as Engineer Nelson Remulla, former president of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Cavite. A round of applause, please. This is not yet the end of our track 2, so please stay with us. We will resume with all our other resource speakers in a little while. Okay, video please. Wave, all right. There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again, Senator Kiko, Ma'am RJ, hi ma'am, and to all our other panel speakers for track 2. And now I will give the mic back to Sir Dan. Sir Dan?
Maraming salamat po, Senator Kiko Pangilinan. I think we are now very clear that the importance of food security, climate resilience, and sustainable development in building stronger and more inclusive community is no longer an option but a necessity. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges posed by climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation do not recognize borders. They require collective action, regional cooperation, and long-term investments that protect both people and the planet. As we pursue climate resilient development, it is equally important that we preserve the natural ecosystems that sustain our communities, strengthen our economies, and secure our future generations. Our next speaker brings a regional perspective on how biodiversity, conservation, environmental stewardship, and sustainable development can work hand in hand in building resilient communities across Southeast Asia. To discuss financing eco-smart cities, integrating digital technologies with nature-based solutions for climate-resilient urban habitats. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Jerome Montemayor.
Magandang hapon po. Okay pa ba tayo? Okay. Mahirap naman sundan ni Senator Kiko. Bukod sa gwapo na, articulate pa. Ayan. Sige po. So good afternoon, everyone. Marahay na hapon. I bring you warm greetings from your only solong anak po, ASEAN Center of Excellence hosted by the Philippines, the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. And we have been around for 20 years already. So anyone who has heard of us before I mention our institution? Wala, nagtataas na kamay. So ngayon alam niyo na po na meron tayong ASEAN Center for Biodiversity established 20 years ago to serve the needs of the ASEAN member states and of course, our host country, the Philippines, when it comes to the concerns of biodiversity conservation. But since it is interconnected, biodiversity is interconnected with other concerns, not just the environment, but also of society. So we try to address conservation, the climate crisis, global pollution, and of course, we hope to contribute to the improvement of the quality of life of the ASEAN people. Any guess how many ASEAN citizens at present? Okay, clue. Philippines is about 120, I think, from last statistics that I know of. So times 11, hindi man times 11 because we're not of the same geographic size. So, but in total, we are around 750 million people, ASEAN citizens. So, allow me to share some of our stories and opportunities for collaboration when it comes to financing eco-smart cities, integrating digital technologies with nature-based solutions for climate-resilient urban habitats. So as I mentioned earlier, next slide please. Sige, sandali lang po. The technology is not, ayan, okay. So as I mentioned earlier, we have so many problems when it comes to environment. But we can summarize or we can focus on 3 global priorities, which we term as the triple planetary crisis, which involves climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. These are three intertwined threats that directly affect how we live our lives, our food security, health, economy, and our very own survival. Each one affects the other. That's why addressing them in an integrated, cross-sectoral manner is key to achieving a more resilient future in harmony with nature. Allow me to connect my story with Senator Kiko's story earlier. A very promising project with farmers, pero nasayang kasi napeste. And that pest may have been prevented if care for biodiversity, which stabilizes our ecosystems, that provides valuable ecosystem services, was also part of the equation. Yun sana yung gusto kong ibulong kay Senator kanina, o itanong, pero naubusan ako ng oras. So I just invited him so we can discuss further how we can advance on that agenda. And next slide, please. So biodiversity serves as the foundation of all forms of life on Earth. We may talk about blockchains and the various technologies that we have, but without biodiversity, that is simply put the web of life, which includes humans, us by the way, baliwala din po yung ating pag-unlad. So if kanina may nagbanggit tong a hierarchy of needs, di ba? That's very true. But in the order of development, without clean air, clean water, food, none of these developments will matter. So we have to not choose one over the other, but we have to choose all of them all together. So according to the Cities and Biodiversity Outlook in 2014, urbanization will affect over 15% of biodiversity hotspots and key areas over the next 10 years. So by 2050, 70% of the world's population is expected to become urban. What does that mean in particular? So the loss of biodiversity in cities and urban areas could mean increased vulnerability to climate change, reduced ecosystem services, negative impacts on health and well-being, worsening effects on people's economy and livelihoods, and low resilience. Okay. So, from very local and national stories earlier, allow me to bring you to the global arena. At this point, let's discuss the current international framework that serves as the basis for the global plan for nature, which national and local and also regional, meaning ASEAN, Asia-Pacific, and other regions, and are anchored. No? All of these initiatives are anchored both from the bottom and from the international frameworks. So for biodiversity, we have what we call the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which is the ambitious agreement which was adopted last December 2022, which outlines a comprehensive roadmap to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030, and for us to live in harmony with nature by 2050. Ang 2030, ano na lang po yan? 5 years down the road. Kaya ba natin? Sisikapin po. So yung KMGBF, also called the Biodiversity Plan, consists of 4 overarching goals for year 2050, and there are 23 specific action-oriented targets aimed to be achieved by 2030, from which national biodiversity targets must be aligned. So for the Philippines, we have what we call the Philippine Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. I only have 2 minutes. I have barely scratched the surface, so bear with me. So goal A is about ecosystems and species. Goal B is sustainable use, which I think is the intersection of business and conservation. Goal C also, because we don't just simply conserve, we conserve so that people will also benefit from the conservation values, from biodiversity values. And goal D, implementation and finance, securing adequate financial and implementation resources needed to conserve biodiversity and to improve the quality of life of people in the planet. So, next slide, please. I think we can skip this slide. I've already mentioned this, no? So, the Global Biodiversity Plan was translated into the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan. So, meron po tayong sariling articulation of what we need for ASEAN, for the 11 member states, in terms of what do we need to do in the region to achieve or to contribute to the global achievement of our plans for biodiversity. And we also have the national plan, which is the Philippine Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, which, by the way, includes as a critical component partnerships with the private sector. So in terms of financing for biodiversity conservation, which intersects with climate change and also with pollution, it includes urban and cities area highlighted in also in the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan, specifically targets 8, 12, and 19. So in the interest of time, I will not dwell into the details. Next slide. Let's jump to nature-based solutions in ASEAN. ASEAN is addressing nature-based solution implementation through initiatives such as sustainable natural capital investments in ASEAN, supporting greening policies and biodiversity commitments and conservation efforts by the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, as well as launching ASEAN Catalytic Green Financing Facility, which aims to scale up and promote NBS activities in ASEAN. So nature-based solutions have the following components. They are solutions to address social and environmental challenges. They need to secure biodiversity benefits, and they provide other socio and economic co-benefits. I have a lot of stories about our initiatives in ASEAN and also in the Philippines, but my good friend here is already flashing time's up, but I'm ignoring him, so don't worry. I'll continue my story. Just bear with me for a few more minutes. Coming to the juicy part, sabi nga ni Mayor Lenny noon, parating na yung magandang bahagi. No? So, we have what we call the ASEAN Heritage Parks. Philippines has 14 of them. Unfortunately, none in the Bicol region. So, baka panahon na po para magkaroon ng ASEAN Heritage Parks in the Bicol region, or maybe here mismo sa Naga City. But we do have wetlands as ASEAN Heritage Parks, and there are networks of ASEAN urban and peri-urban wetlands because they are also very important types of ecosystems in the fight to address the climate crisis. And I believe there are possible candidates from Naga City for this new network in the ASEAN. We also have the ASEAN Green Initiatives, which many of the private sector may take part in, and this is part of our effort to restore our degraded terrestrial, or what we mean, forest ecosystems, from mangroves to the 13 other forest types in the Philippines. And as mentioned earlier, we do have the ASEAN Work Program on Urban Biodiversity and Greenery, wherein you can integrate your initiatives through the development and implementation of local biodiversity strategy and action plans, awareness of nature-based solutions, its benefits and challenges and consideration, and the use, dito papasok po yung inyong expertise, no? Use of monitoring tools such as the City Biodiversity Index and reporting platforms such as the Cities with Nature, which will benefit a lot with the use of technologies that you, my dear friends, you are promoting and advocating. Singapore's National Parks Board is leading the way in terms of greening urban spaces and in the establishment of the City Biodiversity Index. So I encourage our LGUs who are here today to look for your urban or peri-urban wetlands and be part of this new structure in ASEAN, the ASEAN Urban Wetlands Network. Furthermore, something that you may be interested to be part of or to contribute to, we have what we call the national or the ASEAN nature-based solution platforms, which serve as regional knowledge platforms and learning hub that supports policymakers, planners, researchers, and communities in identifying and designing and scaling up nature-based solutions interventions across diverse landscapes. So meron din po silang in-organize investment forum which you might be interested to take part. They're considering holding it here in the Philippines as part of the ASEAN Chairship of the Philippines. If you want to visit the ASEAN Nature-Based Solution Platform and contribute some of your work, ito po siya. You're very much welcome to. Now, the most interesting part perhaps, because we talk about plans, aspirations, but without finance, di ba, walang investment, walang negosyo. So, in conservation and climate action, we have what we call conservation and climate finance. So I offer, there's a lot of them. There's a menu, there's an entire playbook on conservation and climate finance. But allow me to share with you 3 that are very active and ongoing in the Philippines. Actually, we just missed the deadline for one of these 3. First, the Global Environment Facility, which the round 9 of the replenishment of funds. So it's now Jeff 9. Last Jeff 8, the Philippines got about $35 million worth of funding. We're still waiting for the announcement how much the Philippines will get for this Jeff 9. And this is a facility that can be accessed by local government units, the CSOs, and also in collaboration with the private sector. The Green Climate Fund is another facility wherein adaptation mitigation initiatives related to climate change can be submitted for funding consideration. They have many different, windows for funding. Grants is one. There's also loans. There are also guarantees. So this is something I hope that you can look into deeper, and if you want to know more about this, we can perhaps set a separate meeting. It will take maybe also a day just to discuss the intricacies of the GF and the Green Climate Fund. And in the Philippines, there are 2 financing institutions that can help you at the moment. Land Bank of the Philippines and the Development Bank of the Philippines, which act as a conduit between the Green Climate Fund and the Philippine proponents through the Department of Finance. Last is the People Survival Fund, which is a specific fund for climate-related actions by local government units. If I have my numbers correct, this is 1 billion annually replenished, and unfortunately, not many LGUs are able to access this because of some requirements in terms of the proposal development, proposal preparation. But I hope that we can work together, collaborate, so that many LGUs can access these funds that is coming from the Philippine government financing. So there are also other opportunities for nature-based solutions in ASEAN, and in the interest of time, we'll just open our doors. We are hosted by the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, as I extended the invitation to Senator Sbam and Kiko to visit our center to explore collaboration in the Philippines and across ASEAN. I also invite all of you who would wish to partner with us to visit us and explore how we can work together in advancing conservation, climate action, and addressing pollution. And again, not just conserving and addressing climate crisis, but also helping to improve the quality of life of Filipinos and ASEAN citizens. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and we look forward to meaningful partnerships with all of you. And thank you to the City of Naga for inviting us here.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Montemayor. And thank you for reminding us that sustainability and resilience require not only policy and funding, but also a shared commitment to protecting the natural resources that support our communities and economies. Our next speaker brings an important perspective from the business and investment community. As we discuss the future of sustainable agriculture and climate-resilient communities, it is essential that we recognize the critical role of the private sector in driving innovation, strengthening value chains, creating economic opportunities, and supporting food security initiatives. Building resilient food systems require collaboration among government, industry, farmers, investors, and community stakeholders. It requires business leaders who are willing to invest in sustainable growth while ensuring that development remains inclusive and responsive to the needs of our communities. Development, entrepreneurship, and private sector engagement in the region. Regina V. Melchor.
Marhaina, Exhibition 2026, the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, the ICT Council of Bicol, the City Government of Naga, our leaders from the national government and the local government, fellow speakers. It is an honor to speak in behalf of the Camarines Sur Chambers of Commerce and Industry, especially on the topic that is very close to the realities of future of our region. When we talk about ICT, many people immediately think software, application, internet connectivity, artificial intelligence, automation, or digital platforms, technology. ICT is about solving real problems. And in Bicol, many of our real problems, government system and the survival of small businesses, farming, families, and communities. We live in a region blessed with fertile land, hardworking farmers na nanundun po ngayon sa kabila, strong communities, and entrepreneurial people. But we also live with serious challenges, typhoons, flooding, unpredictable weather, rising cost of production, unstable commodity prices, livestock diseases, post-harvest losses, and farmers who still struggle to earn fairly even when they work the hardest. This is why green ICT must not remain only as a concept discussed in these conferences. It must become a practical tool for farmers, cooperatives, MSMEs, investors, and local government. Sustainability and investment must come together. First, we must invest in data-driven agriculture. Many farmers still make production decisions based on tradition, guesswork, or what their neighbors are planting. But with the right use of ICT, we can gather and use information on market demand, weather, soil conditions, crop timing, production volume, pest risk, logistics, and pricing. Imagine if farmers knew before planting what products needed by our restaurants, consolidators, processors, institutional buyers, exporters, public markets, and households. Imagine if production were guided not only by supply, but in real demand. That means less waste, less oversupply, better pricing, more predictable income, and better planning for both farmers and buyers. Technology should help answer the most important question of our farmers and agri-businesses. What should we produce? When should we produce it? Who will buy it? And at what price? How do we deliver it efficiently? And how do we make the system profitable and sustainable for everyone? This is why digital platforms, farm mapping, pre-booking system, market linkages tools, e-commerce, digital payments, traceability and analytics can create real value. Second, we must invest in climate resilience, agricultural infrastructure. Sustainable agriculture is not only about planting crops or raising animals. It is also about storage, processing, transport, cold chain, water system, renewable energy, post-harvest facilities, financing, and disaster preparedness. Every time a typhoon comes, the losses are not only in farms, the losses are also in broken supply chains, spoiled goods, delayed deliveries, damaged facilities, lost working capital, and lost income. If we want agriculture to attract serious private investment, we must reduce this risk. This means investing in resilient warehouses, solar power, cold storage, drying facilities, food processing centers, efficient irrigation system, logistics hubs, and digital monitoring system that can continue operating even during difficult weather conditions. For investors like us, BASI, SCCI, this is not only corporate social responsibility, this is also a real business opportunity. The future of agriculture is not just production. The future is in the full value chain, from planning to farming to aggression to processing to branding to logistics to digital selling and institutional market. Third, we must invest in smart and inclusive local economies. When we say smart cities, we should not only imagine traffic sensors, online permits, digital payments, apps, or surveillance system. A truly smart city must also be able to feed its people, support its farmers, protect its environment, attract investment, and create jobs. A climate-resilient smart city must be connected to its surrounding municipalities. It must be understood that food security does not begin in the supermarket. It begins on the farm. So the challenge for us is this: how do we create a smart ecosystem where cities, municipalities, farmers, cooperative, businesses, technology providers, and government agencies are not connected? LGUs can use data to identify production areas, food-prone farms, logistics, bottlenecks, market demand, and investment opportunities. Private company can invest in technology, processing, trading, logistics, financing, and market development. Farmers and cooperatives can become organized suppliers instead of isolated producers. ICT companies can build tools that are simple enough for ordinary farmers and MSMEs to use. That is the kind of green ICT that matters. Not technology for display, but technology that improve livelihood. In CSCCI, we believe that the private sectors has a very important role to play. The government can provide policy, infrastructure and support. Academe can provide research and training. But the private sector bring market discipline, investment, innovation, execution, and the ability to scale. However, private investment will only come when the system becomes more predictable. Investors need reliable supply, clear policies, organized producers, transparent data, efficient permits, fair regulations, and working partnerships. At the same time, if we want to attract more private investments into agriculture, ICT, logistics, processing, renewable energy, and climate resilient infrastructure, we must also continue improving the policy environment. The private sectors understand that the government needs resources to deliver more services. Revenue generation should always be connected to service delivery. Ease of doing business is not just an administrative issue. It is an investment issue. It is a competitiveness issue. It is also an agricultural issue. For farmers, cooperative, MSMEs, logistics providers, food processors, technology companies, and investors, delayed and unnecessary costs can discourage expansion. But when LGUs and national line agencies create policies that are clear, predictable, consultative, and business-friendly, they help unlock investment, create jobs, and strengthen local economies. We believe that good regulation and business growth can go together. The goal is not less environment, it's not less government. The goal is better governance. Governance that protect the public interest while also encouraging enterprise, innovation, investment, and inclusive growth. So as we talk about green ICT and smart cities, let us also remember that smart city is not only measured by technology, it is also measured by how easy it is for honest businesses to operate, how responsive the government is to its citizens, and how public policies support economic growth. This is why chambers of commerce are important. We serve as a bridge between farmers, entrepreneurs, government, and all others. This is also the reason why our 9th Bicol Agri Summit, which formally opened yesterday at Robinson, is very meaningful. Ini-invite ko po kayo, lumipat mamaya dun sa kabila. The Bicol Agri Summit is not just an event. It is a platform where we bring together farmers, businesses, technology providers, government agencies, financial institutions, and cooperatives, investors, and local leaders. It is where we discuss the real condition of agriculture as hard but necessary question. How do we make agriculture accessible, profitable, sustainable, and ready future? But for this to happen, we need to modernize how we think. We need to stop seeing farmers only as beneficiaries. We must see them as partners in the value chain. We need to stop seeing ICT as only for urban businesses. We must bring ICT to farms, cooperatives, public market, logistics operators, food processors, and rural enterprises. We need to stop seeing climate change only a threat. We must also see, as it is called, to invest differently, build differently, and plan more differently. Tapusin ko na po. That is why this conference is very timely. ClickConEx reminds us that ICT champions are not only those who build apps, system or platforms. ICT champion are also those who use technology to improve lives, strengthen communities, and support good governance and prepare our economy for the future. For the private sector, our message is simple. We are ready to invest where there is vision. We are ready to partner where there is trust. We are ready to innovate when there is real problem to solve. And we are ready to support agriculture when the system allow farmers and business communities to grow together. Let us make green ICT practical. Let us make sustainable agriculture profitable. Let us make smart cities connected to smart farms. Let us make policy making more protective to economic needs. And let us make Bicol a model for climate resilience technology enabled and investment-ready regional development. As we continue this discussion today or tomorrow and open for our 9th Bicol Agri-Summit, I invite everyone to join us. We have a 4-day summit, 18, 19, 20, up to 21 po. So, marami po doon exhibitors and maraming farmers. Magbarakal po kamo duman. Yun lang po. Let us not only talk about the future of agriculture, let us build it together. Diyos mabalus po, maraming nabanggi sa Indugabos.
Maraming salamat, President Regina Melchor of the Camarines Sur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for sharing your valuable insights on the critical role of business in agribusiness in building resilient food systems and advancing sustainable agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, let us once again give Mrs. Melchor a round of applause. As we continue our discussion, we now turn our attention to another important component of sustainability and climate resilience: financing innovation and scaling transformative solutions. While vision and innovation are essentially, meaningful impact can only be achieved when promising ideas are supported by investments, partnerships, and resources needed to bring them to life. Our next speaker brings valuable expertise in agricultural modernization, sustainable development, and innovation-driven growth. Through his work, he continues to advocate for initiatives that strengthen food systems, accelerate modernization, and unlock opportunities for resilient and sustainable communities. Therefore, for the topic, financing climate innovation, how private capital can scale sustainable infrastructure, energy, and smart city solutions, let us welcome Mr. Erwin Aquino Belen, a trustee of the Coalition for Agriculture Modernization in the Philippines.
Magandang gabi po. May energy pa ba? Wala na. Magandang gabi po. Ako po si Erwin Aquino Belen. Ako po ay hindi ko po kamag-anak si Senator Bang. At ang Aquino po namin ay sa ibang probinsya. Ngayon po, we will be discussing about financing climate innovation. And forgive me for not using the podium. Mas komportable po ako naglalakad sa stage and discussing these topics na I have been doing, I would say, I am in agriculture. I am an agriculturist by profession. I have done multiple farms as well. And this is something that's dear to me because it's innovation. I took innovation and business at the Asian Institute of Management. And also doing agriculture. So how to combine agriculture and innovation and having finance as part of it. It's something that's exciting for me. All right. So, okay, introduce ko lang po yung organization namin. CAMP, or the Coalition for Agriculture Modernization in the Philippines, is a non-stock, non-profit, non-government organization. And our members are actually volunteers coming from the academe mostly. Some are actually the national scientists that we have in the Philippines. And some are also coming from the industry. Katulad ko po, ako po ay galing sa startup. I also went to corporate as well. I also worked with the government in a consultant capacity before with PRDP. So yung geotagging, drones, lahat po yan napagdaanan ko din. So we basically kumbaga, yun din po ang direction talaga ng agrikultura. And our vision is really to have a modernized agriculture as syempre sa pangalan namin. And how we can promote or advocate this modernization efforts for agriculture. Now, let me go to the topic na naibigay po sa akin. So, actually, climate innovation has been something of a buzzword for investors, especially if you have heard about ESG, well, CSR, pero hindi na masyado nag-invest sa CSR. It's more on the ESG because we want to have sustainability. Actually, if we look outside of the Philippines, there are a lot of investors who are very eager to invest in climate innovation. However, if we look especially for agriculture, it's very open or very, I would say, sila yung at risk for climate and as mentioned din kanina, institutional risks that we have. For some, even the farmers themselves, minsan ang hirap mag-invest kasi hindi mo alam kung babalik ba yung ininvest mo sa'yo, di ba? And the bottleneck is actually not the technology, but it's really the absence of a mechanism. Now, what are the structural gaps na I would say these are the traps that hinders us from innovating? One is human capital management. Actually, there are a lot of agriculturists. There are about 45,000 or even more. I'm not sure of the exact number right now. But how many of them are actually using these kinds of technologies? For example, how many of them are knowledgeable in using drones? How many of them are knowledgeable in using remote sensing? Using satellites for monitoring crops? I would say kukunti lang talaga yan. And there's also fragmentation in the ecosystem. Disconnected yung stakeholders. Maraming startups, kanya-kanya sila, but they're trying to solve everything, but as a startup, you don't have enough resources to cover all. And syempre, may efforts coming from the government, the national government, local government, and ultimately, the problem is there's no alignment. There's no framework that everybody is following. Specifically, if we look at agriculture, human capital, as I mentioned, I would say marami pang opportunities for professionals para mag-grow or magkaroon ng upskilling or cross-skilling, especially for agriculture professionals. We have sub-skill infrastructure for agri-tech startups, research institutions, na forever nasa pilot stage lang. After pilot, what's next? And then there's also regulatory friction. Like sa drones, I used to handle drones, and sobrang daming regulation na hindi pa nga nagte-take up yung industry. Nagkakaroon na kagad ng limits. Now, well, just to summarize this, marami na tayong batas. And sayang, wala sina Senator Kiko, Senator Bam. Actually, a lot of the laws that we have are good. Agri-agra law, sagip-saka. However, na-maximize ba natin? For example, agri-agra law, do you know that banks are required to allot 25% of their loanable money for agriculture? But, ang sasabihin na lang ng bangko, kesa itapon lang yung pera kasi hindi nila alam kung babalik sa kanila yung investment nila, magbabayad na lang kami ng penalty. So, because all of this risk, climate, alam naman natin, climate change, fragmentation, as discussed earlier, aging farmer population, then limited yung adoption ng technology. We have all of this. We have IoT, we have drones, we have all of this technology. Pero dahil nga hindi sila nakascale, it's hard for them to adopt these kinds of technologies. And siguro sa mga Ilocano, sabi nga nila, Jack Pati, Jack Kita. Kailangan makita muna kasi nila na effective yung technology before they adopt it. Ayaw. Oops, sorry. So, well, discussing these kinds of challenges, I think now is the time that there should be a neutral convener on how we can bridge these gaps. So we can bridge the gaps with the producers, the innovators, investors, and regulators. So this is where I propose to have the Philippine Agritech Alliance. So similarly, actually, when I listened earlier with NICP, it's the same. It's the same framework. You have academia, you have the industry, you have the government, and with the support of the civil society, I think something to add is the environment, because agriculture is always reliant with what's happening on environment. It will affect. Kung uminit yan, maapektuhan yung agriculture. So, looking at this holistically, yung socio-economic growth should be there because the interactions of these players. So, actually, kung sa academic, it's the quintuple innovation helix. And, ayan. So, ito yung framework that I would like to propose sana. First is how we can build the professional competencies. Second, how we can scale agriculture from fragmented. And then, third is to have a national agri-tech roadmap. Na I think that will be our North Star. Ito yung direction natin, ito yung gagawin natin. In co-creation with all the stakeholders involved. And actually, all of the foundations are there. Yung batas na sinabi kanina ni Senator Kiko, it's there. Actually, our group is part of the yung naging session before to discuss the Agriculture Fisheries Extension Act, the Cooperatives Act. So all of these are already being built as foundations. And also, if we look at the digital agri and AI roadmap, multilateral organizations are already pushing or already saying to their member countries na you have to have your own roadmap in line with the roadmap that we are proposing. Now, this is at least the rudimentary roadmap na tinitingnan ko. First, syempre, we build the foundation. Second, how we can execute. Because I think maraming ideas, but it all boils down to on how we can execute it. And syempre, how we can now scale with the roadmap in place. So now, to relate it with finance, and as I mentioned earlier, we have Agri-Agra law na banks are required to finance agriculture. And if you read the law, actually, ang sinasabi po nila, they also allow you, or rather, they allow the banks to invest on infrastructure. Now, pag sinabi ba nating infrastructure, farm-to-market road lang ba yon? Hindi po. Because the law also provides for digitalization of farms. So if we can provide digital infrastructure, we can get connected yung mga farms natin, banks can actually tell that it's an investment for rural development. So aside from the infra side, or financing for the infrastructures, digital infrastructure, banks would want to de-risk agriculture. Because alam natin sobrang risky. Now, how can we now de-risk it para they are willing to invest? Halimbawa, climate. We have crop insurance. Banks can also access agricultural guarantee fund pool na in case na hindi makabayad si farmer, merong magagaranty ng loan. So all of these mechanisms are already there. It's really how to put things into places. And syempre, as mentioned din kaninang umaga, it really plays a big part to smart cities. Because if you know the data from the farm, you know how much yield yung ipoproduce ng farm, gaano karami yung requirement for the cities, for their food security. Well, this is just to summarize what I have mentioned. It's really how to de-risk agriculture. I think that's the main point that I'd like that I'd like to say. How to de-risk agriculture. I think the technology will really have a big part on that. And to end siguro yung discussion ko, I'd like to have the narrative. If you're familiar of the two Indonesian startups na recently nagkaroon ng judgment, because all of these startups, or rather these two startups, pareho silang may issue ng corruption, parehong may issue ng fraud. And siguro hindi na tayo lalayo. Even within our country, it's very rampant. Diba? Nasasabihan, meron daw, tapos sasabihan, wala naman pala. So, I think, just to end, ano yung kailangan ng agriculture and even our society? I think what we need is integrity. If we can build integrity, we can build trust na yung risk ngayon for investors, okay, sige, dahil I see that there's truth with what I'm seeing right now, and back up by data, it's really how to build that integrity. So, yun lamang po. Maraming salamat. I would like to thank Ms. RJ for inviting me for this event. If you'd like to connect, my email po and my LinkedIn QR is also shown in the screen. So yun po. Maraming salamat po at magandang gabi po sa ating lahat.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And also, of course, thank you very much to all our resource speakers for our track 2. And of course, thank you very much, Sir Efren Daniel De Leon, for being the moderator for this track 2. And now we move forward. We are almost done for today, but we would like to first invite here on stage Mr. Andrew Mendoza of Aninog Council, founding He's the founding member of Anina Council. He will be discussing with us and giving some instructions and reminders regarding the matchmaking activity that we've had a while ago. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yes. Excited na po. Alam ko excited na po tayo for dinner. So just to wrap up the day, if you take a look at the back, we actually received a total of 64 individual getting to know cards. That's really good po. Kasi it's a combination really of local government, NICP of course, national agencies, private sectors. So if you haven't yet and you'd like to be considered or you'd like to introduce yourself to the rest of the delegates, please do so. We've actually identified a potential matches of over 30 plus. We saw very noticeable links as to what people are looking for and what people are also offering, you know, in a space filled with ICT experts and also implementers that are ready to serve, especially in the local government. I hope you take the rest of the day to get to know each other, get to finding your ideal match by reading those cards. So, we've explored leadership and governance perspectives. As throughout the day, di ba po, we got to know national up to local level goals. So, okay. As we head into day 2, I encourage everyone not just to stop at conversations. I hope you get a lot of rest tonight or have a good dinner. But starting tomorrow, we will be distributing your commitment cards or your match cards. If you were able to identify yourself as a potential partner to a different organization, just write down your proposed collaboration or your next steps after this conference, and then we will be collecting those. And by the end of the day, we will be recognizing potential matches through a partnership ceremony where we will celebrate these emerging collaborations and capture them through a partnership photo opportunity, of course. After all, the goal of this event is not simply to network, to hear people talk on stage, but to really collaborate and transform shared challenges into shared solutions, and shared solutions into lasting partnerships. Thank you again for an excellent first day. Thank you for still being here for the rest of you. And we look forward to seeing more matches tomorrow and for the future. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Sir Andrew. Okay, we look forward to more matches tomorrow. And if you're wondering, we didn't have our panel discussion, but I believe some of our panelists are still here. You may do networking and just reach out to them if you have any questions for our track 2. And now, to formally close our day 2 of the 10th Convergence of Luzon ICT Champions and Exhibition, may we invite once again here on stage the Luzon Trustee of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, Dr. Mary Joy Abueg. A round of applause, please.
So good evening. As we move to close the program, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the day 1 of ClickConEx 2026. Let us take a moment to appreciate what we have accomplished together today. We have heard from visionary leaders, policymakers, innovators, development partners, and industry champions. We have explored bold ideas, challenged conventional thinking, and begun conversations that have potential to shape the future of our cities and municipalities. But this is only the beginning. Tomorrow, we move beyond vision and into action. Day 2 will bring us a deeper into the conversation that matters most to the future of our communities. From smart mobility and public safety to digital inclusion, e-health, smart education, open governance, and citizen-centered innovation. More importantly, tomorrow is where ideas become opportunities. It is where partnerships are strengthened, solutions are refined, and collaborations begin to take steps. For our ICT councils, local government leaders, partners, private sector organizations, startups, and delegates, Day 2 offers a unique opportunity to engage directly with experts, innovators, and decision makers who are helping shape future of digital transformation of the Philippines. And as we move toward the NAGA 2028 vision, your participation is also matters. The conversations, connections, and commitment that emerge from this conference may very well become the projects, as well as the partnerships and innovations that will help transform communities across the country. So, we encourage everyone to return tomorrow, engage actively, ask questions, share ideas, and continue building the relationship that began today. On behalf of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, the City Government of Naga, ICT Council Bicol, our partners, sponsors, speakers, volunteers, and organizing team, thank you for being part of the ClickConEx 2026. To our invited guests, partners, sponsors, speakers, and ICT Council leaders, we look forward to seeing you later to the Naga's Partners Night, to all our partners. And to everyone joining us tomorrow, we invite you to be part of the next chapter of this journey, because the future of our communities will not be built by a single organization, a single sector, or a single leader. It will be built by all of us working together. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. We look forward in welcoming you back tomorrow, the Day 2 of the ClickConEx 2026. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abueg. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our program for Day 2 of our 10th Convergence of Luzon ICT Champions and Exhibition, ClickConEx 2026. As mentioned a while ago, see you all tomorrow. We will not be serving dinner here, but please do enjoy the rest of your evening, and we will see you all tomorrow for the Day 2 of ClickConEx. Once again, it has been my honor to be your host for this event. See you all tomorrow. I am Antoinette Eduardo. Diyos mabalos po.